I always thought the road could tell you stories if you only listened, if you drove long enough in silence to hear the echoes of those who had passed before. That's what I told myself when I pulled the RV off the highway that late September evening, a little past twilight, near the edge of the Redwood Mountains. I hadn't planned to stop there, at least not for long, but the fog rolled in like a wall, softening the edges of the world, and something about the empty campground drew me in. It wasn't marked on any of the maps I'd studied, and the GPS shrugged and spat out some garbled coordinates that might as well have been nonsense. But I had a feeling, an uneasy, quiet pull, that I ignored. I parked the RV at a crooked site near the farthest edge of the campground, under a canopy of pines that creaked like old bones in the breeze. The air was damp, the smell of moss and wet earth thick and almost pungent. I set up my camp quickly, the kind of mechanical routine you fall into when you're both tired and restless, trying to convince yourself that nothing is out of the ordinary. The sun was gone, swallowed entirely by the fog, leaving a grayish blur in place of the horizon. I'd tell myself later that the quiet was peaceful, but even as I unpacked the coffee thermos and the small stove, there was a subtle tension in the silence, like the forest itself was holding its breath. I wasn't alone for long. A few other campers had drifted in, but they kept to themselves, old-timers with beaten-up rigs that looked like they'd survived decades of storms. One of them, a man in his late 60s, walked by my RV while I tightened the awning, his eyes lingering a little too long. "Fog's thick tonight," he said, almost to himself. His voice was rough, like gravel grinding underfoot, and I nodded, forcing a smile. "Yeah, heavy," I replied. He didn't speak again, just walked off between the trees, swallowed up by the mist. I tried not to think about how he seemed to appear and disappear like a phantom. By the time night fell completely, the fog had thickened so much that the world outside my RV looked like a gray ocean, the tops of the trees disappearing into nothingness. I had my lantern on, a soft orange glow spilling across the small clearing, and for a while I told myself I was fine. I drank a cup of coffee, listened to the wind through the pines, and tried to read a book. But every now and then a faint light would appear through the fog. At first I thought it was another camper, maybe a lantern or flashlight carried by someone walking the trails. But the light didn't move like a person. It shifted slowly, almost gliding, sometimes closer, sometimes retreating as if it had its own will. I told myself it was my imagination. Maybe the fog was playing tricks. Maybe I was just tired. I kept checking outside, peering through the RV windows, but the fog was thick and unrelenting. I couldn't make out shapes, just the occasional blur of something moving where it shouldn't have been. I convinced myself it was deer, or maybe raccoons. I turned on all the lights in the RV, locked the doors, and tried to focus on my breathing, repeating over and over that I was safe. But then the light appeared again, this time much closer, almost directly at the edge of the clearing where my RV was parked. I froze. It wasn't bright, more like a soft, wavering glow, amber-colored, but it pulsed with a rhythm that felt deliberate, almost communicative. I grabbed my flashlight and peered into the mist, shining it toward the glow, but there was nothing there, nothing at all. It didn't respond to the light. It didn't even seem to flicker from it. It just hovered, suspended in the fog, like it had been waiting for me. The rational part of me wanted to laugh, to shake my head, and say it was nothing. But the other part, the part that had hiked alone in these mountains more times than I could count, recognized a deep, instinctual warning. Something about that glow wasn't natural. I could feel it pressing against my senses, a subtle vibration in the air that made the hair on my arms stand on end. I remembered stories I'd heard over the years about campers who had seen strange lights in the redwoods, tales of people vanishing or walking in circles until they were lost forever. I dismissed them before. Not this time. Not when I could feel it, like the forest itself was holding something back from me. I decided to wait it out, to stay in the RV until morning. I locked all the doors, drew the curtains, and sat on the edge of my bed, listening to the fog press against the windows. The light didn't leave. Sometimes I would catch glimpses through the small cracks in the curtains, a faint shimmer moving slowly, patiently, always at the periphery. It wasn't the typical erratic dance of fireflies or lanterns. It was too purposeful, too aware. I tried to remind myself of the logical explanations, reflections of distant lights, misjudged distances, hallucinations born of isolation. But the gnawing unease wouldn't leave. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time seemed to stretch in the fog. My thoughts circled, spiraled, and returned to the same question. Why me? Why here? I had parked at this empty site for a reason, to be alone, to enjoy the silence. And now the forest seemed alive in a way I hadn't anticipated, like it had noticed my intrusion. Every rustle in the underbrush, every distant crack of a branch made my pulse spike. I checked my phone, no signal, but at least the clock worked. Midnight passed, then 1, then 2, and still the light hovered, unrelenting. I knew I needed to understand it, to face it, but fear kept me pinned. I debated for what felt like hours before finally deciding to step outside, to at least see it up close. I grabbed a flashlight, my jacket, and the small hatchet I always kept nearby. Habit, precaution, maybe a mix of both. The moment I opened the door, the cold air hit me like a wave, damp and penetrating. The fog wrapped around me instantly, the light now just a few dozen feet from the RV, moving lazily like it had all the time in the world. I called out, voice cracking slightly, "Hello?" My words felt absurdly loud in the fog. The light didn't respond. I moved closer, every crunch of needles underfoot echoing in the silence. And then for the first time I noticed the shape within it. Not solid, not human, but vaguely familiar, like an outline of someone standing there. But wrong. Wrong in proportion, wrong in movement, wrong in presence. My stomach turned, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I wanted to run, to slam the RV door shut and pretend I hadn't seen anything. But some deeper part of me held, curious, terrified, stubborn. The light drifted closer, and I realized it wasn't just floating, it was following me. Not in a chaotic way, but in a patient, relentless way, matching every step I took without hesitation. Fear pressed down, a physical weight that made it hard to breathe. I tried to rationalize again. Maybe someone was playing a prank. Maybe it was a wildlife researcher with equipment. But none of these explanations fit the deliberate, almost sentient way it moved. And then I noticed the faint sound beneath it, a low hum like the vibration of energy in the air, a resonance that seemed to connect to the ground itself. It wasn't loud, but it filled my chest and made my teeth rattle. I took a step back. The light mirrored me. I tried to sidestep. It sidestepped. Panic surged through me in a sudden, violent wave. I turned and ran toward the RV, heart hammering, lungs burning, branches clawing at my clothes and face. I slammed the door behind me, locking it again, collapsing against it. The light paused at the edge of the clearing, then slowly, almost reluctantly, drifted back into the fog. I stayed awake the rest of the night. Every sound amplified, every shadow a threat. And by the time dawn came, gray and muted, the fog had lifted, leaving only the faint imprint of where the light had hovered, like a memory burned into the forest floor. I told myself I'd imagine it gone, that the sun would bring clarity, but the truth is, the feeling didn't leave. Even now, years later, when I drive down remote roads in my RV, I remember the way that fog smelled, the way the forest pressed against me, and the soft, pulsing glow that followed me like it had a purpose. I've learned since then to trust my instincts, to respect the silence, to never assume that isolation is harmless. Some places hold stories, some places hold warnings, and some, I think, hold the lights that follow. The sun rose fully, pale and weak, barely cutting through the remnants of fog that still clung stubbornly to the treetops. I forced myself to step outside, trying to convince myself it was just an ordinary morning, that the night had been an overactive imagination fueled by exhaustion and isolation. The ground was slick with moisture, and each step left a faint imprint in the soft pine needle carpet. My RV looked mundane, almost inviting in the soft daylight, but I couldn't shake the sensation that I was being observed, that the forest had been waiting all along for someone foolish enough to linger. I packed lightly, trying not to draw attention to the anxiety coiling in my stomach. I told myself I was leaving for good this time, that the pull to explore further had to be ignored. But even as I loaded my gear, the memory of the light lingered. Its gentle pulse, almost like a heartbeat, and the outline within it that defied explanation. My rational mind wanted to dismiss it, label it as fog, hallucination, or prank, but the part of me that had hiked alone in the mountains for years knew better. Something about that glow was deliberate. Alive, maybe. Sentient. By mid-morning, the campground was starting to fill. Families with kids, dogs on leashes, people laughing and setting up their sights. Their presence should have comforted me, but instead, it amplified the sense of displacement. The light hadn't appeared while the others were around, which made me question whether it existed only for me or only noticed me. Every laugh, every bark felt like an intrusion into a separate reality, a reality I was alone in. I couldn't let my curiosity win, not yet. So I drove. I drove until the trees thinned and the mountains fell away into rolling hills of gold and green. But leaving didn't erase the memory. That night, I found myself back in the RV, parked at another secluded site near a lake I'd stumbled upon accidentally. The water was calm, reflecting the fading sunlight in uneven ripples. I tried to read, to eat, to distract myself, but the forest's quiet weight pressed in again, and when the fog rolled in, inevitably, relentlessly, the sensation returned. And then I saw it. It was faint at first, a shimmer in the mist above the lake. I froze, the book slipping from my hands, heart hammering. It wasn't moving like a boat or a lantern. It floated, almost hovering over the water, pulsing gently. This time, though, I could make out more detail. There were shapes within it, like fragments of figures, but not whole. Shadows that suggested movement, limbs, gestures, faces, but incomplete, distorted, almost dreamlike. My stomach churned. My rational mind screamed for explanations. Reflections on the water, fog, floating debris, but none of it fit the fluidity, the intentionality of what I was seeing. I wanted to back away, to retreat into the safety of the RV, but my curiosity, and perhaps a need to confront what terrified me, forced me closer. Each step onto the wet earth felt deliberate, every crunch magnified. The closer I got, the more I realized the light wasn't just hovering, it was reacting, shifting slightly, pulsing more quickly, almost as if acknowledging my presence, reading my intent, gauging my fear. I remembered a story an old ranger had told me years ago about the wandering lights in these forests. Campers reported seeing them drifting along trails, sometimes following, sometimes leading, always unnervingly aware of their presence. People would vanish, sometimes returning days later, disoriented, muttering about visions and whispers. I had scoffed then, but the hum I felt now in the pit of my chest, the subtle vibration in the soil beneath my boots, made it hard to deny. Suddenly, the light surged upward, faster than before, and I stumbled back. A gust of wind carried a whisper, or what sounded like a whisper to my ears. I couldn't understand the words, if there even were words, but it had a tone of warning, of expectation, of something both ancient and patient. Panic rose in me, raw and visceral, and I turned back toward the RV. The light mirrored me, not close enough to touch, not threatening in a direct way, but omnipresent, patient, omniscient. Inside the RV, I locked the door, but the feeling didn't leave. I could sense it just beyond the walls, just beyond the veil of fog. My heartbeat slowed as I tried to steady myself, but the rational voice in my head, the one that tells you to breathe, to stay calm, to examine, was competing with the primal terror that screamed to run, to flee, to escape before it was too late. I tried to rationalize. Maybe it was a hallucination born of isolation, of stress, of the deep fatigue that comes from constant travel. Maybe it wasn't real. And yet, even as I told myself that, I couldn't shake the certainty that it had been observing, waiting, learning. Hours passed in tense stillness. Every sound, a twig snapping, a bird calling, the wind moving through the pines, felt amplified, deliberate, like signals I wasn't meant to interpret. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. My eyes darted to the windows constantly, searching for that faint shimmer, that impossible glow. And then I saw it again, flickering on the periphery, barely visible, hovering at the edge of the clearing, just beyond the tree line. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside again, though my hands trembled. The cool night air wrapped around me, carrying the scent of wet earth and pine resin, the same primal odor I'd smelled before. The light pulsed gently, almost in rhythm with my own heartbeat now, like it had learned the tempo of my fear. I took a tentative step forward, and it drifted closer, deliberately, as if testing the boundaries of my courage. Then I noticed movement in the trees beyond it, shadows elongated and distorted by the fog, shifting unnaturally. My mind screamed that I should turn back, that I should retreat into the RV and lock every door. But another part, a stubborn, foolish part, compelled me forward. I had to see it, had to understand. And in that decision, I realized something terrifying. The light didn't just follow, it led. A path began to form in the fog, faint and wavering, illuminated by the amber glow. I felt drawn, my legs moving before my mind could protest. Every instinct screamed to stop, to run, to flee, but the light beckoned, pulsing gently, patiently, like it was waiting for me to understand something. Each step I took into the clearing, into the fog, heightened my awareness of the forest around me. The creaking of branches, the whisper of wind through the leaves, the faint echo of my own movements amplified in the stillness. I realized then that the fear wasn't just about the unknown. It was about surrendering control, about trusting something outside of logic, outside of experience, outside of the predictable patterns of human life. The light was teaching me something, though I didn't yet know what. And as I stepped further, deeper into the fog, I felt an unfamiliar calm settle in the pit of my stomach, beneath the panic, a recognition that maybe, just maybe, facing the unknown was the only way to survive it. And still, the light pulsed ahead, always just out of reach, patient, deliberate, ancient. The fog thickened with each step, curling around my legs and dampening the sound of my movements. The path carved out by the light was faint, almost unreal, like it existed only for me in this suspended pocket between night and dawn. I tried to rationalize, tried to find a logical explanation, mist reflected from the lake, distant campers with lanterns, but every instinct in my body screamed that logic had no place here. The light was deliberate, aware. It had been waiting, and now it was guiding me somewhere I wasn't sure I wanted to go. I followed, each step heavier than the last, as if the fog itself resisted my movement. My mind spun with questions I didn't want to answer. Why me? Why now? What did it want? The forest around me felt alive in a way I'd never experienced before. Shadows stretched unnaturally, shapes seemed to shift at the corners of my vision, and the whispers of wind through the pines carried a rhythm that mimicked my pulse. I caught myself imagining faces in the bark of trees, eyes that blinked and followed. I shook my head violently, trying to dismiss the hallucinations, trying to cling to reality. But the light never wavered. It moved with a rhythm that felt purposeful, almost sentient. Sometimes it would linger on a single spot, then slowly drift forward again, like a conductor leading an orchestra I couldn't hear. And then, as I drew closer, I realized something unsettling. The fog itself seemed to bend around it, creating shapes and forms that were impossible under normal circumstances. Shadows converged, split, and recombined. Branches arched unnaturally as if reaching toward the glow. The temperature dropped suddenly, a sharp chill that raised goosebumps along my arms and made my teeth chatter despite the exertion. I stumbled on a root, catching myself against a tree, and the light pulsed slightly faster. My chest tightened with a fear that wasn't entirely fear, something deeper, almost recognition. I realized that the forest, the fog, the light, they weren't just elements of the environment. They were responding to me, measuring me, testing me. And with that realization came a creeping, undeniable terror. I wasn't in control anymore. Not of the light, not of the forest, not even of my own movements. And then I heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible hum, vibrating through the air, through the soil beneath my boots, through my very bones. It wasn't musical, not in any human sense, but it had a cadence, a pulse, like the heartbeat of something vast and patient. The light pulsed in perfect synchronization. I froze, gripping my flashlight so tightly my knuckles went white. My rational mind told me to run, to retreat into the safety of the RV, but my legs refused to obey. It was as if something ancient and magnetic had taken hold of me, tethering me to this path. The outline within the glow became more distinct now. Not a person, not a complete figure, but fragments, limbs, shapes, faces that shifted continuously, never stable, never fully forming. They weren't threatening, at least not in the way I expected, but the ambiguity made them all the more terrifying. There was intelligence there, an awareness that I couldn't define or measure. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breath. "What do you want?" I whispered, voice cracking, though I knew I wouldn't get an answer. Not in words, not in any language I knew. The light drifted closer again, and I realized with a shiver that it was leading me not just through the clearing, but deeper into the forest itself. The fog thickened around the trees, and the shadows elongated into forms that seemed almost human. Every step forward pressed against my fear, and yet I followed. I knew, deep down, that turning back would be worse, would mean a confrontation with something far more unpredictable, far less comprehensible. A sudden sound snapped me out of the trance, a low, resonant cracking from deep within the forest. My heart leapt into my throat, every nerve firing. The light flickered rapidly, almost in alarm, and for the first time I felt hesitation in its movement. It paused, hovered, then pulsed toward me with a kind of urgency I couldn't ignore. My pulse raced as I realized that whatever was out there, whatever I was following, didn't just observe me, it anticipated me. Branches whipped against my face as I ran, guided by the light, heart hammering, lungs burning. The fog seemed denser now, the ground uneven, roots reaching up like hands. I stumbled again, fell hard, scraping my palms and knees against the damp earth. And for a terrifying second, the light stopped moving entirely, hovering just out of reach. I held my breath, listening to the wind, to the hum, to the distant cracking of trees. It was as if the forest itself had paused to watch me, to judge my resolve. Then, slowly, deliberately, the light surged forward. I scrambled to my feet and ran, following it through the twisting, fog-filled forest. It wasn't random anymore. Every pulse, every shimmer created a path through the chaos. I began to notice shapes along the way, rocks stacked unnaturally, small clearings that seemed intentionally formed, almost ritualistic. The forest felt ancient, untouched, and yet deeply aware of my presence. Every step pressed me further into a space that existed outside normal reality, a place where fear was both instinct and lesson. Hours or maybe minutes passed. Time had no meaning here. The forest and the light and my own frayed mind merged into one continuous, overwhelming experience. The light led me to a small clearing, surrounded by trees so thick and dark that the fog pooled like water. There, I finally stopped, chest heaving, body trembling, utterly exhausted. The light hovered in the center, pulsing gently, almost expectantly. And then for the first time, I realized something horrifying. It wasn't just leading me. It was waiting for me to understand, to confront, to acknowledge something I hadn't yet faced. I sank to my knees, overwhelmed by the weight of exhaustion and fear. The forest hummed, the light pulsed, and I could feel it in every nerve, every fiber of my being. And in that moment, I understood. The light wasn't malevolent. Not exactly. It was a reckoning, a reflection of my own courage, my own willingness to confront the unknown. The terror I felt wasn't imposed. It was revealed. The forest, the fog, the light, they didn't need to harm me. They needed me to see myself clearly, in the rawest, most unguarded state possible. And as I knelt there, gasping, shivering, I realized I was no longer afraid of running. I was afraid of stopping, afraid of ignoring the lesson embedded in the pulse, in the rhythm, in the patient, deliberate movements of the light. I had been reckless, I had been foolish, I had underestimated the silence, the isolation, the intelligence of the wilderness. But now, finally, I understood. Fear is not the enemy. Fear is the teacher. And sometimes the only way to survive it is to follow, to trust, to surrender. Not in weakness, but in awareness. The light pulsed once, twice, then drifted slowly back toward the trees, fading into the fog. I watched it go, every muscle tensed, every sense alive, waiting for it to return, to react, to test me again. And then, as the first hints of dawn broke through the mist, I realized that the forest had shifted. I could see the path back, faint but unmistakable, leading me toward the safety of the lake, toward the RV, toward the world I knew. The light had done its work. It had guided. It had taught. I walked back slowly, deliberately, each step measured, aware of the whispers of wind, the vibration of the soil beneath my boots, the unseen presence of the forest that had held me, tested me, and released me. By the time I reached the RV, the fog had lifted entirely. The campsite was ordinary, mundane, almost inviting in the bright morning light. The other campers went about their routines, oblivious to what had transpired just beyond the edge of perception. I sat inside for a long time, trembling, sipping cold coffee, reflecting. The memory of the light, of its deliberate, patient pulse, of the forest's quiet judgment, remained with me. I understood now that the wilderness was not just a place of beauty, of escape. It was a mirror, a teacher. And sometimes, when the fog falls thick and the world grows silent, it will call to you, not to frighten you, but to show you who you truly are. I never saw the light again, at least not in that form. But I know it's out there, waiting in the fog, following, observing, teaching. And I know now that fear is not to be run from, but faced, step by step, heartbeat by heartbeat, pulse by pulse. The forest and its lights will not forgive ignorance. They will not ignore arrogance. They only reward awareness, courage, and the willingness to see beyond the surface of things. Even today, years later, when I park my RV at a quiet, fog-shrouded site, when I hear the soft creak of pines or the whisper of wind through the needles, I remember the lesson. I remember the patience of the light, the pressure of the fog, the silent hum beneath my feet. And I walk with care, with attention, with respect, because I know, now more than ever, that the wilderness is alive, watching, and waiting. And sometimes, if you are foolish or brave, it will follow. That night, I stayed awake in the RV longer than ever before. The fog hadn't returned, but the memory of its weight, the pulse of the light, and the rhythm of the forest lingered, almost tangible. I stared out the windows at the clearing, half expecting it to shimmer into existence again, but the world was quiet, normal, deceptively so. Every sound, the occasional crackle of a branch, the far-off hoot of an owl, felt amplified, like echoes of a lesson I hadn't yet fully understood. Sleep finally came in short bursts, heavy and fitful, haunted by the images of that light, the fragments of shapes it had revealed, and the forest's patient, silent scrutiny. When dawn broke, it was pale and filtered, like the sky itself had been touched by the same ethereal glow I had seen. I stepped outside, feeling the dew on my boots, the moisture clinging to my jacket, the smell of wet pine and earth filling my lungs. The forest seemed ordinary in the daylight, but I knew better. Ordinary was a mask. Ordinary could hide awareness, intelligence, judgment. I packed the RV slowly, carefully, my hands methodical as if performing a ritual. I didn't speak much to the other campers. Their presence, their chatter, their obliviousness to what I had experienced, it all felt foreign. I wanted to tell someone, to explain the impossibility of what I had witnessed, but the words wouldn't come. Who could understand that something could follow you, silently, deliberately, teaching you a lesson in courage and awareness without ever speaking a word? Who could comprehend the patience of a force that measured you, tested you, and released you only when it deemed you ready? I left the campground with a new awareness. Every turn of the wheels, every mile down the winding roads of the Redwood Mountains was a meditation on observation, patience, and humility. The world outside the RV, the highways, the rivers, the ordinary trees, seemed brighter somehow, sharper, as if my senses had been recalibrated. I noticed details I had ignored before, the way fog lingers in low valleys, the faint hum of distant wind through treetops, the subtle shadows cast by clouds across the hills. The wilderness had revealed a secret to me, and I would carry it always. Weeks passed. Months. I continued traveling in my RV, seeking solitude in campgrounds and forested clearings, but never again did I see the light. Still, its memory influenced every choice. I approached the wilderness differently now, with a patience and attentiveness I hadn't possessed before. I listened more, I observed more. I didn't just walk through the forests, I moved with them, aware that they were alive in ways beyond comprehension. I learned that the forest is not simply a backdrop for adventure. It is a participant, an arbiter, a mirror reflecting your awareness and courage. I began sharing my experience with fellow RV campers, not to frighten them, but to instill respect, patience, and awareness. I cautioned them against ignoring the subtle signs, the pressure of silence, the way fog thickens around empty clearings, the inexplicable shifts of light and shadow. I emphasize that fear is not something to overcome blindly. It is something to understand, to honor, to navigate. It is a teacher, not a tormentor. The wilderness has its lessons, and those who ignore them pay the price. Not always immediately, not always obviously, but eventually. One evening, months later, I parked my RV at a remote site near a narrow river bend, fog rolling in just as the sun dipped below the horizon. I felt a familiar pull in my chest, a memory of the pulse, the light, the rhythm of the forest. I gripped the wheel, breathing deeply, reminding myself of everything I had learned. The fog thickened, curling around the RV like a living thing. My heart rate quickened, not in panic, but in anticipation. I knew that if the light returned, I wouldn't run. I would observe, I would move deliberately, I would understand. And then, faintly beyond the tree line, I saw it. A soft amber glow, pulsing gently, patient, deliberate. The light hovered, fragmented, aware. I stepped outside, feeling the cool dampness settle against my skin. The forest was alive around me, whispering, creaking, watching. My fear rose, but it was tempered now by understanding. I didn't run. I didn't cry out. I simply observed, stepping slowly, deliberately, following the rhythm of the pulse, trusting the presence that had once tested me and now acknowledged me. I realized then what the light had always been, a guide, a teacher, a reflection of my own courage. It followed not to frighten, not to harm, but to reveal, to show me the limits of my awareness, the depth of my intuition, the power of patience and presence. It wasn't just a light in the fog. It was a lesson in humility, in respect, in the courage to confront the unknown without retreat. The glow hovered, then slowly drifted into the thicker fog, fading until it disappeared entirely. I stood there, shivering, breathing deeply, my senses alive in a way they hadn't been before. The forest was quiet once more, but not empty. It had acknowledged me, it had tested me, and I had endured, not by fleeing, not by asserting control, but by walking deliberately, observing, and trusting the rhythm of something larger than myself. I returned to my RV, heart still racing but calm in a profound way. I knew now that fear is an ally if approached correctly, that the unknown is not to be conquered but understood, that solitude in the wilderness is not emptiness, but conversation with forces far older, far more patient than we can comprehend. I drove away slowly, savoring the weight of the lesson, the pulse of the light, the rhythm of the forest that had followed, observed, and finally released me. Years later, I still carry that memory with me. Every fog-shrouded morning, every quiet clearing, every whisper of wind through the pines reminds me that the wilderness is alive, aware, patient. That fear is not the enemy, but the teacher. That courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to face it deliberately, with attention, with presence, and with respect. And sometimes if you are patient enough, observant enough, and brave enough, the forest and the lights within it will follow, not to harm, but to teach, to guide, and to illuminate the truths hidden in the fog. I tell this story now not as a warning, but as a guide. To every camper who drives into the mist-shrouded forests, who parks beneath the watchful trees, who seeks solitude in the wilderness, pay attention. Trust your instincts. Honor the quiet. Respect the rhythm of the forest. Fear will come always, but it is a companion, not a captor. And if you are willing to walk deliberately, to observe, to confront the unknown with presence and courage, the lights in the fog may follow, not to punish, but to teach. And even though I have never seen that glow again, I know it is out there, waiting, patient, aware. And I know now, beyond doubt, that the forest remembers those who respect it, those who walk with attention, those who understand that fear is not an enemy, but a guide. The fog comes and goes, the trees whisper, and the world seems quiet. But in that quiet, in that silence, in the pulse of the unseen, I feel the light, I feel its rhythm, I feel its lesson, and I walk with it in my mind, carrying it with me through every clearing, every forest, every road, every night, knowing that courage is not the absence of fear, it is the deliberate, measured dance with it, step by step, pulse by pulse, in rhythm with the lights that follow in the fog. I didn't grow up camping. I didn't grow up knowing the difference between a pine and a fir or what sound a barred owl makes echoing in the middle of the night. I grew up surrounded by the hum of traffic, the slam of apartment doors, and the constant background noise of a city that never truly sleeps. So when I agreed to go on a camping trip for the very first time, my first real escape into the woods, it felt like I was signing up for something monumental, maybe even spiritual. I wanted quiet. I wanted stillness. I wanted to hear what silence sounded like. What I didn't expect was that silence has a way of making you hear things that should not be heard. The trip had been Melissa's idea. She was 24, just like me, though she carried herself like someone who had been outdoors her entire life. She had the boots, the confidence, the kind of sunburned nose that said she didn't belong inside for too long. She promised me this would be easy camping, just one night in a small state forest less than 2 hours from town. You'll love it, she said. It's peaceful, no stress, just trees, fire, and stars. I told myself that if I could handle the noise of the city, I could handle the quiet of the forest. But from the moment we parked the truck and unloaded the tent, something gnawed at me. It wasn't the trees. They were beautiful, towering pillars draped in moss, their roots curling out of the soil like sleeping giants. It wasn't the air. It smelled cleaner than anything I'd ever inhaled, sharp with pine resin and damp earth. It wasn't even the weight of my pack as Melissa guided me down a short trail to the campsite. It was the feeling that the woods weren't empty, that every step we took was being measured by something I couldn't see. I shook it off as nerves. That's what I always did when my instincts whispered something I didn't want to hear. I'd done it back home, too, ignoring that gut pull that told me not to take certain streets late at night. I rationalized it as paranoia, as my brain overreacting to shadows. This, I told myself, was no different. It was just my first camping trip. Of course I'd feel unsettled. That was normal. Melissa made setting up camp look effortless. She drove the stakes into the ground with the heel of her boot, strung the rainfly tight, and laid out the sleeping bags before I'd even finished fumbling with my flashlight. She laughed when I struggled. Not in a mean way, more like she wanted me to relax. "You're doing fine," she said. "Wait until you see the stars tonight. You'll forget you were ever nervous." I wanted to believe her. We cooked hot dogs over the fire as the sun slipped down between the trees. The orange glow of the flames painted everything in warm light, flickering shadows stretching deep into the forest. It was beautiful in a way I couldn't explain, like the world had shrunk to just this circle of firelight, me and Melissa sharing a meal while the trees stood silent guard. The longer I sat there, the more I started to think I could get used to this. Maybe the woods weren't so intimidating after all. Maybe I'd even want to come back. But then the sounds began. At first, they were so faint I thought it was just the crackle of the fire or the wind shifting through the branches. A low rhythm, almost like tapping, carried through the trees. Thock, thock, thock. I froze mid-bite and glanced at Melissa. She was stirring the embers with a stick, her face calm, unconcerned. She hadn't noticed. I told myself it was nothing. A woodpecker, maybe hammering away at some hidden trunk. But then the rhythm changed. It grew slower, more deliberate. Thok, 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 like someone tapping on wood with a single finger, waiting for an answer. I didn't say anything. Not yet. I'd been teased enough times in life for overreacting, for letting my nerves get the better of me. I wanted to be the kind of person who could laugh things off, like Melissa, so I bit my tongue and told myself it was normal. That's what people do in the woods. They hear strange things and let them go. The tapping didn't last long. By the time the stars began to show, it had gone quiet again. Melissa was right. The sky was incredible. A spill of stars brighter than any streetlight could drown. I tilted my head back until my neck ached, staring at the sweep of the Milky Way overhead. It felt like falling upward into an endless ocean. For the first time all day, I felt a calm settle inside me. But calm is fragile, and it didn't last. We put out the fire and crawled into the tent. I hadn't expected the darkness inside to feel so heavy, so absolute. My sleeping bag crinkled loudly as I slid into it, every small sound amplified against the hush of the forest. Melissa mumbled goodnight, already half asleep. I tried to follow her lead, but my ears refused to rest. That's when I heard it again. Not tapping this time, whistling, a long, slow note rising slightly at the end. Not musical, not cheerful, just one breath of sound stretched into the night. Then silence. Then again, a little closer. I held my breath, heart hammering, and waited. The whistle came a third time, now so near it felt like it was right outside the tent. Melissa stirred and sighed. "It's just a bird," she mumbled, rolling over. But I knew that wasn't true. I'd heard birds before. I'd heard their trills and their chirps, even the haunting cry of an owl in documentaries. This was different. This was human. I lay awake for what felt like hours, staring into the fabric of the tent as the whistling faded into the distance. Every muscle in my body ached from being so tense, but I didn't dare move. Not until exhaustion finally dragged me into a restless sleep. When morning came, the forest looked the same as it had when we arrived, green, alive, innocent. Melissa hummed as she boiled water for instant coffee, unbothered, as if nothing had happened. I wanted to ask her again about the sounds, but the words stuck in my throat. What if she laughed? What if she told me it was all in my head? Instead, I forced a smile and asked what trail we'd hike after breakfast. But deep down, I knew something had shifted. This wasn't going to be just a first camping trip. It was going to be the trip I remembered for the rest of my life, the one where the woods made me hear things I was never meant to hear. And the worst part? That was only the beginning. The trail Melissa picked that morning wound deeper into the forest than I expected. It wasn't one of those wide, well-maintained paths I had imagined from brochures or websites. This was narrower, pressed in by ferns taller than my shoulders, the ground soft with years of fallen needles. Every step felt like it carried me further away from the safety of anything familiar. Melissa led the way with easy strides, humming under her breath while I followed, trying not to stumble on roots. The air smelled damp and green, heavy with the scent of wet moss and something sweeter, like sap oozing from unseen wounds in the trees. A woodpecker's distant hammering echoed through the forest, sharp and natural. For a moment, I thought maybe that's what I had heard last night. Maybe my nerves had twisted something ordinary into something strange. But the memory of that drawn-out whistle crawled up my spine, refusing to be explained away. I tried to ask Melissa about animals we might hear. I asked casually, like I was just curious, but inside, I was desperate for some kind of anchor. She rattled off a list. Owls, coyotes, raccoons, the occasional deer stepping on brush. She never once mentioned whistling. Some birds sound kind of eerie if you're not used to them, she added. Don't let it spook you. I nodded and pretended that was enough, but I couldn't help noticing how she never looked directly at me when she said it, as if the forest itself demanded more of her attention than I did. We hiked for hours, and the deeper we went, the quieter it became. Not in a peaceful way, more like the forest was holding its breath. No birds, no insects, no sound of water, even though Melissa swore a creek was nearby. The silence thickened until I could hear my own heartbeat thudding in my ears. Then came the knocking. It started faint, somewhere off to the left of the trail. Knock, knock, knock. Melissa froze mid-step, her shoulders stiff. I stopped too, waiting for her to explain. She didn't. She just tilted her head slightly, listening. The knocks came again, louder this time. Deliberate. Not woodpecker fast, not random. Slow and even, like someone striking wood with intention. Probably a branch falling, she said finally, her voice too quick, too practiced. Then she picked up the pace and kept walking. I hesitated, staring into the trees where the sound had come from. They stood in perfect rows of shadow, their trunks black with damp. Nothing moved. Nothing shifted. But I couldn't shake the image of someone standing just out of sight, hammering the rhythm into the earth, waiting for me to follow. The rest of the hike blurred together. My nerves burned so hot that I barely noticed the scenery, barely heard Melissa's cheerful commentary about lichens and animal tracks. I only remember that the knocks followed us, sometimes faint, sometimes so close that I felt them in my chest. Always 3 in a row. Always waiting just long enough for me to wonder if they'd stopped before starting again. When we finally returned to camp, I thought I'd feel relieved. Instead, the place felt different. Wrong. The tent sat exactly where we'd left it, the fire pit cold, the logs untouched. But the air carried that same strained silence, as if the whole forest was listening. Melissa busied herself with gathering firewood while I lingered at the edge of the site, scanning the trees. That's when I saw it. On the bark of a cedar, about 20 feet away, were 3 fresh indentations. Deep, clean strikes, as if something hard had been driven against the trunk again and again. The pattern was too neat, too measured to be random storm damage. My throat went dry. I wanted to call Melissa over to demand she look at it, but fear pinned the words down. If I pointed it out, if I made it real, then I'd have to admit this wasn't my imagination. So I said nothing. That night, the fire crackled between us, throwing sparks into the dark. Melissa told stories about camping trips she'd taken as a kid, her dad teaching her how to fish, her mom showing her how to spot constellations. I tried to listen, but my ears kept drifting past her voice, past the fire, into the silence beyond. That's when the whistling returned. Faint at first, almost masked by the wind. Then clearer. One long, thin note rising at the end. Melissa stopped talking. Her smile faltered. "You hear that, right?" I whispered. She nodded, her eyes fixed on the dark wall of trees. "It's fine. Don't worry." But I did worry. Because this time the whistle didn't come from just one direction. It echoed from the left, then the right, then behind us, as if whatever was making the sound had multiplied and surrounded the camp. I gripped my knees to keep them from shaking. "Melissa, that's not a bird." Her face tightened, but she didn't answer. Instead, she stood and tossed more wood on the fire, sparks spiraling upward. The flames roared higher, and for a moment, the whistling stopped. But the silence that followed was worse. I barely slept that night. Every rustle outside the tent jolted me awake. At one point, I swore I heard footsteps circling us, soft and deliberate, crunching in the pine needles. When I tried to wake Melissa, she groaned and pulled her sleeping bag over her head. Whether she was pretending not to hear or genuinely asleep, I didn't know. Hours dragged by. My thoughts spun wild. What if someone was out there messing with us, a local who didn't want campers here? Or worse, something not human at all, something that knew how to mimic our sounds just enough to draw us closer? At some point, I must have dozed off. But before dawn, a sound snapped me awake. It wasn't whistling. It wasn't knocking. It was my name. Soft, drawn out, spoken in a low, hollow voice that did not belong to Melissa. I lay frozen, staring into the blackness of the tent, my blood turning to ice. "Come. Out." The voice was so close it might as well have been whispering through the fabric. I don't know how long I lay there, hardly breathing, waiting for the sound again. But it never came. When light finally bled through the tent, I sat up, my body trembling. Melissa stirred, yawning, stretching like nothing had happened. I wanted to shake her awake and tell her everything. But when I opened my mouth, the words tasted like madness. Instead, I told myself one thing. We couldn't stay another night. The forest had already taken too much from me. My sleep, my sense of safety, the fragile belief that silence was ever innocent. And deep down, I knew it wasn't finished. The morning was colder than the day before. A thin mist clung to the ground, curling between the trunks as though the forest itself was exhaling. I sat outside the tent, hugging my knees, staring into that pale haze. My ears strained for any sound, the calls of birds, the chatter of squirrels, anything to tell me the forest was alive and ordinary. But nothing came. It was the kind of quiet that feels deliberate, the kind that waits. Melissa emerged from the tent rubbing her eyes, her hair tangled, her cheeks pink from sleep. She smiled at me like nothing had happened. "You look like you didn't get a wink," she said, kneeling to pour water into the small pot. I wanted to tell her about the voice, the way it had spoken my name, the way it had urged me to step outside, but the words caught like thorns in my throat. If I said it out loud, if I gave it shape, I was afraid it would follow me home. Instead, I said, "I think we should pack up after breakfast." Melissa frowned. "Already? We just got here." "I don't feel right," I admitted. "Something's off. I can't explain it, but I don't think we should stay another night." She stirred the water with a stick, not looking at me. "You're spooking yourself. Everybody does it their first trip." Then she forced a smile. "Tonight will be better. You'll see." I wanted to believe her, but I saw the way her hands trembled slightly as she handled the pot. She had heard it too. The whistling, the knocking, maybe even the voice. She just didn't want to admit it. We spent the day wandering closer to camp. Melissa kept suggesting little trails, little detours, but I refused. I didn't want to go deeper into the woods. Every time the trees thickened around us, every time the air grew too still, I felt my pulse climb. The forest didn't want us there. I was certain of it. Around mid-afternoon, Melissa went to fetch more firewood while I stayed behind. The site felt strangely exposed without her. I sat on a log, trying to steady my breathing when I heard it again. Knock, knock, knock. This time it came from within sight. I turned slowly, heart pounding. 20 yards away, half concealed behind a curtain of moss, stood another cedar with 3 fresh indentations gouged deep into its trunk. They hadn't been there that morning. The air seemed to thicken. My legs wanted to move, but my body froze as if the forest itself had pressed a hand against my chest. I stared at the marks until Melissa returned, her arms full of branches. She saw my face before she saw the tree. "What is it?" I pointed with a shaking hand. Her smile faltered. She set the branches down carefully, her eyes narrowing. For a long moment, she said nothing. Then finally she whispered, "Don't look at it." That chilled me worse than the marks themselves. "Melissa," I hissed, "what's going on?" She shook her head, avoiding my eyes. "It's nothing. Just rot. Let it go." But the way her voice wavered told me she didn't believe it either. That night, the forest changed again. We built a fire bigger than the night before, feeding it constantly, as if flame alone could keep the dark at bay. Melissa talked less, her usual chatter replaced by tight silence. I found myself glancing over my shoulder every few minutes, expecting to see a figure step into the firelight. Then, as the night deepened, the whistling returned. This time it didn't drift in and out. It rose and fell in long, deliberate notes, circling the camp like a predator testing a fence. Melissa muttered something under her breath, too low for me to catch. I leaned closer. "What?" She shook her head. "Nothing." But her eyes darted toward the trees, wide and glistening. The whistle stopped abruptly. For a moment, silence pressed in, and then came a new sound, a low, drawn-out creak like wood bending under strain. It came from high above, deep in the canopy, and it moved, branch to branch, circling, closing in. I clenched my fists to stop them trembling. "Tell me you hear that." Melissa swallowed hard. "I hear it." Something snapped loudly behind us. We spun, firelight flaring against the black shapes of the trees. Nothing moved, nothing showed itself. But the sound had been too heavy for a branch, too deliberate for falling wood. That was when the voice returned. "Come! Out!" The words slid through the dark like oil. Not loud, not shouted, just steady, as if whoever spoke knew we would hear no matter what. Melissa grabbed my wrist, her nails digging into my skin. For the first time, I saw fear carved plain across her face. We didn't move. We didn't speak. The fire cracked and hissed, sparks snapping upward. Then, from the other side of the camp, the voice repeated, "Come out!" But this time, it wasn't my name. It was Melissa's. She jerked as if struck, her grip tightening. Her lips parted, but no sound came out. The forest went silent again, but the silence was worse than any voice. It stretched, pulled tight until I thought it would snap. Finally, Melissa whispered, "We're leaving. At first light, we're gone." I nodded, too stunned to argue. Neither of us slept. We sat by the fire until dawn, painted the edges of the trees gray, our eyes burning, our bodies stiff with exhaustion. Every rustle felt like footsteps. Every gust of wind felt like breath on the back of my neck. When morning finally came, we packed in silence. The tent, the sleeping bags, the little stove, all of it shoved hurriedly into bags with trembling hands. I kept scanning the trees, certain we would see someone watching, but no one came. By the time we reached the truck, the sun had burned through the mist. The forest looked ordinary again, green, alive, innocent, as if the night had been nothing but a bad dream. But as I climbed into the passenger seat, I saw it. On the side of the truck, carved into the metal just above the wheel well, were 3 deep gouges, perfectly straight, perfectly measured. Melissa saw them too, her face drained of color. Neither of us spoke. She turned the key, the engine roared, and we drove away, the forest receding behind us. I told myself we were safe now, that whatever lived in those trees couldn't follow us out here. But an hour down the highway, with the forest far behind, I heard it again, whistling, faint, distant, but there. I didn't tell Melissa, because if I did, I wasn't sure I'd ever stop hearing it. The sound clung to me long after we left the forest behind, even as the highway stretched wide and bright before us, even as the world opened into fields and gas stations and the familiar hum of civilization. That faint whistle still threaded through the noise. It seemed to follow the rhythm of the tires, rising just loud enough for me to wonder if Melissa heard it too. But she never said a word. Her knuckles were white on the steering wheel, her gaze locked on the road as though glancing anywhere else might invite something into the truck. The farther we drove, the more her silence pressed down on me. Melissa had always been talkative, always filling space with stories or laughter. Now she was as quiet as the forest had been. I wanted to break it, to ask her if she heard what I heard, if she saw those marks carved into the cedar, if she knew why something had spoken her name. But fear made me swallow the questions. What if she confirmed it? What if she told me yes, she had heard it, and no, she didn't know what it wanted? So I sat in silence, staring out the window, watching the trees blur by, and I realized something. Leaving hadn't ended it. The forest wasn't behind us. It was inside us now. We stopped at a gas station on the edge of a small town. Melissa got out to pump while I ran inside to grab drinks. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, almost painfully bright after 2 nights in the woods. The clerk barely looked at me, lost in his phone. I grabbed 2 sodas from the cooler, trying to focus on the mundane, the ordinary. That's when I heard it again. Not whistling this time. Knocking. 3 sharp thuds against the glass door of the cooler. I spun, heart hammering. There was no one there. Just my reflection staring back, pale and wide-eyed. The clerk glanced up lazily. "You okay?" I forced a laugh. "Yeah, just thought I heard something." I paid and hurried outside, my pulse still racing. Melissa was waiting in the truck, drumming her fingers against the steering wheel. Too fast, too rhythmic. Knock, knock, knock. I froze, soda cans sweating in my grip. "Ready?" she asked, her voice too casual. I nodded and climbed in, but the sound of her fingers tapping stayed with me, a perfect echo of what I'd heard inside. We drove in silence again. The road wound through farmland, past faded barns and rusted fences. The sun dipped low, painting the horizon in blood-red streaks. I tried to convince myself we were safe, that daylight meant something, that whatever had followed us couldn't last beyond the tree line. But as the sky darkened, my certainty crumbled. I saw shadows where there should have been none, long shapes stretching across the road even when nothing stood nearby. I heard faint whistles, carried on the wind through the cracked window, threading between the songs of insects. At one point, I thought I saw figures standing in the fields, watching as we passed, but every time I turned my head, they were gone. Melissa pulled into a roadside motel just after dusk. It was the kind of place with flickering neon and a lobby that smelled faintly of mildew. We checked in without a word. The room was small, with 2 double beds, a buzzing air conditioner, and curtains that didn't quite meet in the middle. I dropped onto one bed while Melissa collapsed onto the other, her arm flung across her eyes. For a while, I just listened to the hum of the AC, the occasional car passing outside, the faint murmur of voices from the next room. Normal sounds, comforting sounds, but then beneath it all came something else, a low, hollow voice. Come. Out. I bolted upright. The sound hadn't come from outside, it had come from the bathroom. Melissa sat up too, her eyes wide. She had heard it. Slowly, we turned toward the bathroom door. It was closed, the light off, but the crack beneath glowed faintly, as if something on the other side was breathing light instead of air. Melissa whispered, "Don't open it." My throat was dry. What if? Don't. Her voice was sharp, terrified. We sat frozen, staring at that thin line of glow. The voice came again, softer this time, dragging out the words. Come. Out. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get out of that room, to leave the door closed forever. But something else pulled at me too, something subtle and insidious, a curiosity that felt planted, not my own, a desire to obey. Melissa must have felt it too, because she grabbed my wrist so tightly it hurt. "Don't listen," she whispered. We sat like that for what felt like hours, holding our breath, waiting for the voice to stop. Finally, sometime after midnight, the glow faded from beneath the door. The silence returned. Melissa didn't let go of my wrist until dawn light crept through the thin curtains. We checked out as soon as the sun was up, neither of us mentioning the bathroom. It was easier to pretend nothing had happened, easier to focus on the road ahead. But deep down, I knew it didn't matter where we went. The forest hadn't stayed behind. It was moving with us, slipping into every quiet place, every pause, every shadow, and I couldn't shake the feeling that sooner or later it would get what it wanted. We didn't talk much on the drive the next day. Words felt useless, thin and breakable compared to the weight of what we carried. Every mile we put between us and the forest should have made me feel safer, but instead I felt hollowed out, like the trees had carved something out of me and taken it with them. Melissa drove with her jaw tight, eyes flicking off into the mirrors. I noticed how she never turned the radio on, how she seemed to lean forward in her seat like she was listening for something else. I was listening too. The whistling had stopped since the motel, but silence itself had become suspicious. We reached the outskirts of town by afternoon. Civilization stretched before us, rows of houses, traffic lights, grocery stores. Melissa's shoulders finally seemed to ease, just a little. "See?" she said softly. "We made it. We're fine." I wanted to believe her. I wanted to let out a shaky laugh and agree, but the word fine felt too fragile, like glass ready to shatter. When she dropped me off at my apartment, I lingered in the truck, reluctant to step out. The parking lot looked ordinary, familiar, but I couldn't shake the image of those gouges on the cedar, those perfect 3 marks carved into the truck's metal. What if they were waiting inside my apartment too, scratched into the walls while I was gone? "You'll be okay," Melissa said, her voice steady but her eyes haunted. "Get some sleep. Call me later." I nodded, forcing myself to climb out. The truck pulled away, leaving me standing in the lot with the sound of cicadas buzzing in the summer heat. Inside, everything looked the same. The couch, the photos, the cluttered desk. I told myself I was safe here. I locked the door. I shut the blinds. I turned on the TV just to fill the space with noise. But by nightfall, the walls began to breathe. It started faint, a pressure like the air itself thickening. Then came the knocks. 3 of them from the inside of the closet door. I froze on the couch, my body stiff. Slowly, I turned my head toward the sound. The closet door stood closed, just a strip of darkness where it didn't quite meet the frame. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was deliberate, steady. My heart slammed against my ribs. I wanted to run, to throw the door open and prove to myself nothing was there. But another part of me whispered not to look. Melissa's voice echoed in my mind. Don't look at it. So I sat there, shaking, until the sound stopped. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak of the building, every gust of wind against the windows set my nerves on fire. I left the lights on until morning, but even the brightness felt thin, fragile. The next day, I called Melissa. Her voice cracked as soon as she answered. "Did you hear it too?" I asked. She was silent for a long moment. Then she whispered, "It was at my window last night." Her words sent a chill through me. I pictured her lying in bed, blinds drawn, listening to that whistle rising through the glass. "What do we do?" I asked, my voice trembling. "I don't know," she admitted, "but I don't think it's going to stop." The days blurred together after that. I went through the motions, work, errands, sleep, but the forest had followed me into every corner. Sometimes it was the whistle drifting through the hum of the fridge. Sometimes it was the voice curling from the shadows of the bathroom, coaxing me to come out. Sometimes it was the marks. 3 straight gouges that appeared on my desk, my front door, even once across my mirror. Each time I tried to convince myself I was imagining it, that my nerves were breaking down, that trauma had rewired me. But Melissa was experiencing the same things. We compared notes and hushed phone calls, afraid to say too much, afraid the act of naming it would give it more power. Then one night, Melissa called me sobbing. "It was inside," she whispered. My stomach dropped. "What do you mean?" I woke up and it was standing in the corner of my room, tall, still, watching. Her breath hitched. Its mouth never moved, but I heard it, clear as anything. It said my name. I gripped the phone until my knuckles ached. "What did you do?" I turned on the lamp, and it was gone. I didn't sleep that night, terrified that if I closed my eyes, I'd wake to find it in my room too. The next day, Melissa came over. We sat in silence on my couch, both of us pale, hollow-eyed. I didn't recognize her anymore. The easy confidence, the fearless laughter. She looked like someone who hadn't just seen the forest, but had brought it home inside her. Finally, she said, "We need to go back." The words hit me like ice water. What? No, absolutely not. "It started there," she said. "Maybe if we go back, maybe if we, I don't know, do something, it'll stop." I shook my head. "You want to walk back into that place after everything? That's insane." Her eyes filled with tears, but her voice was steady. "I can't live like this. Can you?" I didn't answer, because the truth was I couldn't. That night, lying in bed, I heard the whistle again, louder than ever. Close enough that it might have been coming from under my pillow. And I knew then Melissa was right. Running hadn't saved us. The only way out was back through. We waited 3 more days before we found the nerve to return. 3 days of sleepless nights, of knocks on walls and voices in corners, of living like prey inside our own homes. By the end, neither of us looked human anymore, our skin gray with exhaustion, our hands trembling constantly. Melissa came to pick me up just before dawn. Her truck looked the same, except for the gouges on the side. She hadn't repaired them. Maybe she knew there was no point. Maybe she wanted the scars to remind her of what we were facing. The drive back was silent, not because there was nothing to say, but because we both knew words couldn't soften what waited. The closer we got, the thicker the air felt, like stepping back into a pressure chamber. When the tree line appeared on the horizon, my chest tightened until it hurt to breathe. "Last chance," Melissa whispered. I stared at the dark wall of forest and shook my head. "No, if we don't end this now, it'll follow us forever." Her lips pressed into a thin line, but she didn't argue. She turned the wheel, and the truck rolled back onto the dirt road. The forest swallowed us whole. It looked the same as before, the same ferns spilling over the trail, the same moss dripping from branches, the same cedar trunks rising like pillars into shadow. But something had changed. The silence wasn't just silence anymore. It had weight. It pressed against our ears, our skulls, our ribs. Every step forward felt like stepping deeper into something alive. We found the campsite easily. The fire pit was still there, ringed with stones, cold ash scattered by the wind. Our tent stakes still marked the ground, though the fabric was gone. But the strangest thing was the cedar at the edge of the site. The gouges were deeper. What had been 3 shallow indentations were now deep, ragged scars torn into the bark like the tree had been clawed open. Melissa's face drained of color. "It knows we're back." A breeze stirred the branches overhead, but the sound was wrong. Not the natural rustle of leaves, but a low, creaking groan, like the trees were shifting in unison, leaning closer. We built a fire, though it felt laughably small against the darkness pressing in. The flames wavered, casting long shadows that twitched and bent across the ground. Neither of us spoke. We were waiting, bracing, and then, as if on cue, the whistling began. One long, thin note, rising at the end, then another from the opposite side, then another behind us. The sound moved in circles, weaving tighter and tighter until it felt like the air itself was spiraling. Melissa clenched her fists. "Why us?" she whispered. "Why now?" I wanted to answer, but my tongue felt heavy, my mouth dry. All I could do was listen. The whistles stopped. The silence that followed was worse. And then, knock, knock, knock. This time it wasn't distant. It wasn't on a tree trunk yards away. It came from the fire pit. Melissa gasped, stumbling backward. I froze, staring at the stones. The sound came again, 3 sharp strikes against the circle of rock, though nothing touched it. Then the voice rose. "Come out!" It was louder than before, clearer, not a whisper, not hollow. It was deep, resonant, vibrating through the ground beneath our feet. Melissa grabbed my arm. "What do we do?" I didn't know. For the first time, I realized we hadn't planned this far. We'd come back, yes, but we hadn't decided how to fight, how to end it. All we'd brought was ourselves and the fire. The voice came again, dragging my name across the night. "Come out." Something inside me shifted. For days I had been running from this, denying it, refusing to face it. But now, standing in the same place where it had first found us, I realized denial was exactly what it wanted. The longer I denied it, the stronger it grew. I stepped toward the fire. Melissa yanked me back. "What are you doing?" "It wants us afraid," I said. My voice shook, but I forced the words out. "If we keep running, it wins." Her grip trembled, but she let go. The voice called again, and this time I shouted into the dark. "What are you?" The forest shook with silence. Then came the whistle, long, piercing, so sharp it made my teeth ache. Melissa covered her ears. "Don't talk to it." But I didn't stop. My fear was boiling into something else now. Anger, defiance. "Why us?" I shouted. "What do you want?" The knocks came again, so loud they rattled the stones of the fire pit. Knock, knock, knock. Then the voice, low and rumbling. "Stay." Melissa's breath hitched. Oh God. The trees groaned overhead, bending as if pulled by invisible hands. The shadows stretched longer, reaching toward us. "Stay," the voice repeated. It wasn't just sound anymore. It was command. It slithered into my skull, filling my veins, rooting itself deep inside me. I staggered, clutching my head. Melissa screamed. "Fight it!" I dropped to my knees, the firelight flickering around me. My mind was splitting, part of me wanting to run, part of me wanting to obey. Images flashed, roots curling around my legs, soil filling my mouth, trees closing overhead like a coffin. Then Melissa grabbed a burning branch from the fire. Her face was wild, her eyes blazing. "You don't own us," she screamed, and she hurled the branch into the cedar with the gouges. The tree exploded in light. Flames raced up the bark, devouring moss, snapping branches. The fire spread fast, too fast, leaping from one tree to the next. Heat blasted across my face, searing alive. The voice roared. Not words this time, just a sound, low, furious, deafening. The whistle rose to a shriek, splitting the night. Melissa pulled me to my feet, screaming, "Run!" We stumbled through the undergrowth, branches slashing our skin, smoke filling our lungs. Behind us, the fire roared higher, lighting the forest in a hellish glow. The voice followed, screaming, whistling, knocking, all of it merging into one endless howl. We didn't stop until we burst onto the dirt road, choking, gasping, our bodies shaking. The firelight glowed behind the trees, painting the sky orange. Melissa fell to her knees, sobbing. I collapsed beside her, too weak to move. For the first time since the trip began, the forest was loud, cracking, burning, shrieking. But beneath it all, I swore I still heard the voice. Stay. Low, fading, but not gone. We stayed crouched on that dirt road until the firelight dimmed, until our breath no longer came in ragged gasps. Smoke curled above the treetops in black plumes, blotting out the stars. My chest burned, my throat raw, but what haunted me most wasn't the flames behind us. It was the silence that returned afterward. The voice had stopped. The whistles were gone. The knocks had faded. But that didn't mean victory. It felt more like the pause between two heartbeats, a stillness so sharp it made my skin itch. Melissa finally stood, her legs trembling. Her face was streaked with ash, her hands blistered from clutching the burning branch. She looked at me like she wanted me to tell her what came next, like I had answers. But all I had was fear. We stumbled back to the truck, half expecting it to be gone, half expecting to see those gouges multiplied across every panel. But it sat where we left it, silent, waiting. When we climbed inside, Melissa turned the key with shaking fingers. The engine sputtered, coughed, then roared to life. Relief washed over me so sharp it nearly broke me. She pressed the gas, and we tore down the dirt road, smoke in our wake, flames still licking the horizon. Neither of us spoke for miles. I couldn't tell if the forest burned behind us or if it had already swallowed the flames whole, erasing the evidence. Finally, Melissa broke the silence. Do you think it's over? I stared at the dark stretch of road, the way the headlights carved tunnels through the smoke. No. Her knuckles whitened on the wheel. Me neither. We drove until exhaustion blurred everything into one long smear of road and headlights. Melissa pulled into another motel, this one slightly less broken down than the last. She killed the engine, and we sat there in the dark, neither of us moving. I don't want to go inside, she whispered. Me neither. But we did, because where else was there to go? The room smelled faintly of bleach. The carpet was threadbare, the curtains stained. We didn't even bother with showers. We just collapsed on the beds, fully clothed, staring at the ceiling, waiting. Hours passed. No whistles, no knocks, no voices. I almost convinced myself we'd left it in the flames. Almost. Somewhere around 3 a.m, I woke to a sound. Not whistling, not knocking, not even the voice. Breathing, slow, heavy, from under my bed. I froze, every muscle locking tight. My ears strained, praying I was wrong, praying it was the hum of the AC. But no, the rhythm was too deliberate. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. I forced my head to turn to look at Melissa. She was awake, too, her eyes wide in the dark. You hear it? I whispered. She nodded, her face pale as bone. We didn't move. We didn't breathe. The sound continued, patient, steady. Then, slowly, something began to scrape along the underside of the mattress. 3 long, deliberate drags. I couldn't take it. I leapt from the bed, heart in my throat, fumbling for the lamp. The light blazed on, flooding the room. Nothing. The space beneath the bed was empty. Melissa gasped, covering her mouth with both hands. Then we saw it. On the carpet, gouged deep into the fibers, were 3 parallel lines. I shut the lamp off immediately. Somehow the light made it worse, made it real. We sat the rest of the night pressed against the wall, too afraid to lie down. Every so often I swore I heard that breathing again, even though there was nothing under the bed. When dawn came, we packed and left without looking back. Over the next week, the sounds returned, though never in the same form. Sometimes it was the whistle in the rush of traffic. Sometimes it was the knock in the rhythm of footsteps behind me on the street. Sometimes it was the voice whispering through the vents in my apartment. It wasn't bound to the forest anymore. It was bound to us. Melissa stopped answering my calls after a while. At first, I thought she was just overwhelmed. But then her voicemail filled up, and her truck disappeared from the parking lot outside her building. No one had seen her leave. The thought that chilled me most wasn't that she had run. It was that she had obeyed. That one night the voice had called and she had gone out to meet it. I tried to keep living, tried to drown the sounds with noise, with work, with distraction. But the forest always found ways back in, whistling in stairwells, knocking in elevators, voices in the static of the TV. And then came the night I couldn't deny it anymore. I woke at 2 a.m. to find my apartment door wide open. I knew I had locked it. I always locked it. The hallway outside was dark, silent, and from that darkness came the voice. Come out. My body moved before my mind decided. I stepped into the hall, my bare feet cold against the linoleum. At the far end of the corridor, in the weak glow of the exit sign, I saw her. Melissa. She stood perfectly still, her hair hanging limp, her eyes dark hollows. Her lips didn't move, but the voice filled the hall anyway. Stay. I stumbled back, heart hammering. Melissa? She tilted her head, just slightly. Then the lights flickered, and when they came back, she was gone. The voice lingered. Stay. That was when I understood. It wasn't the forest that wanted us. It was something older, something that lived in silence itself, that slipped into every pause, every shadow, every breath. The forest had only been its doorway, and once you hear it, you don't unhear it. You carry it forever. I stopped sleeping after that. At least, not in the way people mean when they say they sleep. My body collapsed for an hour or two at a time, but my mind never let go. Even in dreams, the voice threaded through, low and patient, curling around my thoughts like smoke. Every day bled into the next. Work slipped through my fingers. Friends stopped calling. My phone became heavy with silence. My apartment heavier still. I tried to leave town once, driving west with no plan, but the sound followed me in the car. It rose from the hum of the tires, whistled in the vents, tapped in the rhythm of rain against the windshield. By the third hour, I turned around. The thing wasn't chasing me anymore. It was inside me. One night, desperate, I searched the internet for anything. Folklore, legends, stories of people who'd heard the same sounds. There were scraps, whispers of the 3 knocks as an omen, tales of whistling spirits in the woods, voices that called wanderers by name. Most dismissed them as myths, campfire stories. But the words hit too close to what I'd lived. Once you answer, it never leaves. That phrase appeared again and again, written in shaky forum posts, tucked in comments beneath old articles. I wanted to dismiss it, but deep down, I knew it was true. The moment I'd shouted back at the forest, the moment I'd demanded to know what it was, I had answered. I'd let it in. Weeks passed. Melissa didn't come back. Her apartment remained empty, her truck gone. I checked missing persons reports, police bulletins, nothing. She had simply vanished. Sometimes I saw her in crowds, standing on the far side of a crosswalk or reflected in a shop window or waiting at the edge of a subway platform. Always still. Always silent. And when I blinked, she was gone. Other times, I heard her voice mixed with the things. Stay, it would whisper, and layered beneath it, softer, broken. Please. I didn't know if it was really her or just another trick. The breaking point came one night when I returned to my apartment and found the marks on my door. 3 deep gouges, carved clean through the wood. I couldn't bring myself to go inside. I sat in the hallway for hours, trembling, until my neighbors gave me looks sharp enough to drive me in. The moment I shut the door, the knocks began. Knock, knock, knock. I pressed my back against the wood, teeth chattering, whispering, "Leave me alone." The voice came through, patient and calm. "You came once, you'll come again." I screamed until my throat bled. The next morning, I packed what little I could carry, water, food, a knife, a lighter, and drove back to the forest. If it wanted me there, fine. I'd give it what it wanted, or I'd burn with it. The dirt road looked the same, dagger, though the forest bore scars from the fire Melissa had started. Blackened trunks, ash-streaked soil, branches stripped bare. But beneath the ruin, life had already begun to return. Ferns curling up through the soot, moss clinging stubbornly to charred bark. I left the truck at the trailhead and walked. The silence was heavier now, as though the fire had burned away even the faintest echo of life. Every step sank deep into ash. The air smelled like old smoke, sharp and acrid. I found the campsite easily. The fire pit was filled with gray dust. The The cedar stood tall, its trunk half burned, but the gouges remained deep, raw, untouched by flame. And waiting in the clearing was Melissa. She stood exactly where she had that first night by the fire, her shoulders straight, her eyes fixed on me. But she wasn't the same. Her skin was pale as paper, her hair stiff with soot, her lips barely moving as the voice spilled out of her. "Stay." I staggered back, shaking my head. "Melissa, no." Her eyes flickered, just for a moment, something human, something pleading. "Please," she whispered, her own voice this time, thin and cracked. "Don't fight it." The thing roared through her, deep and furious. "Stay." The forest bent inward, branches groaned, ash spiraled in choking clouds, the gouges on the cedar seemed to widen, black sap bleeding from the wounds. I dropped to my knees, clawing at my ears, screaming. The whistle rose, shrill, endless, splitting the air. Knocks thundered from every direction, shaking the ground. Melissa stepped closer. Her movements were stiff, unnatural, like a puppet pulled on strings. I forced myself to my feet, brandishing the knife. My hands shook so badly I could barely hold it. "You're not her," I shouted. "You're not Melissa." But then she said my name, not the voice, hers. Her lips trembled. Her eyes brimmed with something raw, something real. "Help me." My knife dropped into the ash. The thing laughed through her, a sound like trees snapping in a storm. The gouges on the cedar split wider, sap spraying like blood. I did the only thing I could think of. I ran to the fire pit, fumbling for the lighter, sparking it to life. My hands scraped together what dry branches I could find, feeding them into flame. The voice screamed. Melissa screamed with it. The forest howled, ash swirling in a cyclone. "Stay," it roared. "You will stay." But I hurled the fire at the cedar into its bleeding wounds. The tree ignited, flames racing upward, devouring its heart. The voice shrieked so loud it felt like my skull would split. Melissa dropped to the ground, convulsing, her mouth open in a silent cry. I staggered forward, dragging her back, pulling her from the burning circle. The heat scorched my skin, smoke filling my lungs, but I didn't stop until we reached the road. The forest behind us was an inferno. The cedar burned brightest of all, a pillar of flame in the blackened clearing. Melissa lay trembling, her breath shallow, her eyes wild. For a moment she looked at me with clarity, with gratitude. "You came back." Then her eyes rolled back and she went limp. I held her, sobbing, as the forest burned. I don't know how long I sat there holding her. Minutes, maybe hours. The smoke turned the sky a bruised gray, and the fire snapped and roared behind us, devouring the trees. My arms ached, my lungs burned, but I didn't let go of Melissa. I was terrified that if I did, she would slip back into whatever had claimed her. Eventually she stirred. Her breath rattled in her chest, shallow and broken. I brushed the soot from her face, whispering her name over and over. Finally, her eyes fluttered open. For the first time in weeks, they looked like hers. "I heard it," she whispered. Her voice cracked, dry as paper. "Even when I couldn't move, I heard you calling me. It couldn't drown you out." Relief flooded me so hard I almost collapsed. But before I could say anything, a sound rose from the burning forest. Not the whistle, not the knock, a scream. High, furious, inhuman. The kind of sound that makes the air tremble, that makes every animal in a mile radius freeze. It carried rage, grief, hunger, something vast and old. Melissa clutched my shirt, her nails digging into my chest. "It's not gone." The cedar roared higher, flames clawing at the sky. But the scream didn't fade with the fire. It spread, echoing through the valley, as if the thing had unmoored itself from the trees. The ground trembled beneath us. Cracks split the dirt, releasing plumes of ash. The gouges we'd seen before weren't wounds on one tree. They were marks across the land itself, carved deep into the bones of the forest. Melissa tried to stand, her body weak. I helped her, and together we stumbled toward the truck. Every step felt like walking against a current, the air thick with pressure, the scream vibrating in our ribs. We reached the dirt road. My heart pounded as I yanked the door open and pulled her inside. The engine groaned, the key slipping in my trembling hands. For a horrible second, I thought it wouldn't start, but then it roared to life. I slammed my foot on the gas. The truck lurched forward, tires spitting gravel. The scream followed us. It grew louder, closer, though I didn't dare look in the mirrors. Melissa pressed her hands over her ears, sobbing. The windshield rattled, dust pouring from the ceiling. Then came the knocking. Knock, 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 from the roof of the truck. Melissa screamed. I gritted my teeth, pressing harder on the gas. The knocks grew louder, pounding so hard I thought the roof would cave in. "Don't stop," Melissa cried. "Whatever happens, don't stop." The scream peaked, so loud the glass cracked in spiderweb lines across the windshield. I swerved, the truck fishtailing on the dirt road. For a second, I thought we'd tip, but somehow the wheels caught. The forest thinned, the tree line broke. The highway appeared ahead like a lifeline. As soon as we crossed it, the pounding stopped. The scream cut off. The silence that followed was so sudden it made my ears ring. I slowed only when we were miles from the forest, when the smoke was nothing more than a smudge on the horizon. My hands shook so badly I could barely keep the wheel straight. Melissa slumped against the window, her chest rising and falling. She looked hollowed out, emptied, but she was alive. We didn't speak the rest of the drive. Back in town, I brought her to my apartment. I couldn't leave her alone, not after everything. I made her drink water, I set out blankets, I sat beside her until her breathing evened out. But that night, as I dozed in the chair, I woke to a sound. Not a scream, not a knock, not a whistle. Breathing, slow, steady. From the corner of the room, I snapped my head up, heart hammering. The shadows pooled thick, darker than they should have been. Then the voice rose, low and certain. "Stay." Melissa whimpered in her sleep, her face twisting. I leapt up shouting, "You can't have her!" The air pressed down on me, thick as water. My knees buckled, my lungs screamed. The voice filled every corner of the room. "You came once. You came twice. You will stay." Melissa woke, gasping. She clutched my arm, her eyes wild. It followed us. I knew then the fire hadn't ended it. We hadn't destroyed it. We had only freed it. And now it wasn't bound to the forest anymore. It was bound to us. The days since have blurred together. Melissa drifts in and out, sometimes lucid, sometimes hollow-eyed. I hear the voice everywhere, in the hum of the fridge, in the pipes, in the wind through the cracks in the windows. It doesn't knock anymore. It doesn't whistle. It doesn't need to. It just waits. I don't know how long we can resist. Every night, the pull grows stronger, the command clearer. Stay. I'm writing this now because I don't know how much longer I'll be myself. If you've ever heard the knocks, the whistles, the voice calling your name, don't answer. Don't acknowledge it. Don't let it in. Because once you do, there's no going back. Melissa and I tried everything in the days that followed. Candles, prayers, noise blaring through every speaker we owned, even sleeping in shifts so one of us was always awake. None of it mattered. The voice found ways in. It wove itself into the silence between words, into the quiet between heartbeats. Sometimes it was patient, whispering stay with gentle certainty. Other times it was furious, rattling the windows, pounding the walls with invisible fists. But it never stopped. We grew thinner. We stopped leaving the apartment. Food went untouched. Sleep came only in snatches. Melissa's eyes grew hollow, her voice weak. She reminded me of the girl I'd first followed into the woods, only in fragments. Her laugh, the way she'd hummed while hiking, her steady hand driving the stakes of our tent. That girl was slipping away. One night, as the voice pressed down on us harder than ever, Melissa turned to me. Her lips trembled, her words barely a breath. "It's not both of us it wants." I shook my head violently. "Don't say that." Her eyes filled with tears, but her expression was calm, resolved. "You heard it. It chose me back there. It called my name. I think it only needs one." I grabbed her hand, gripping it like an anchor. "We both get out of this, or neither of us does." She tried to smile, but her face cracked. "You still don't get it. You already fought it. You burned the cedar. You dragged me out. It hates you. But me, it marked me from the start. The whistling, the knocks, the voice, it always circled back to me." The silence pressed thicker, like the air itself was listening. Melissa's eyes searched mine, pleading. "Promise me you won't follow if I go." "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "Don't you dare." But deep down, I knew she was right. That night, I woke to find her gone. The apartment door was wide open, the hallway beyond dark. Panic surged through me. I stumbled into the hall, calling her name, my voice breaking. The exit sign glowed red at the far end, painting the silence in blood. Then I heard it, whistling, from the stairwell. I ran, my bare feet slapping the linoleum, my throat raw from shouting. I tore down the stairs 2 at a time, bursting through the door into the night. The parking lot was empty. But at the far edge, just where the light from the lamps gave way to shadow, Melissa stood, still, silent. The voice poured from her lips, "Stay." I screamed her name, begged her to come back. For a moment her head tilted, her shoulders shook, as if something inside was fighting. I sprinted toward her, arms outstretched, but the closer I got, the farther she seemed. The space stretched, warped, pulling her deeper into the dark, and then she was gone. The silence that followed was worse than the voice. I collapsed in the middle of the lot, sobbing, clawing at the pavement until my nails split. I don't know how long I lay there. Hours, maybe. When I finally dragged myself back upstairs, the apartment was empty. Her bag was still there, her shoes. But she wasn't. Melissa was gone, and the voice was stronger than ever. It doesn't whisper anymore. It doesn't knock. It doesn't whistle. Now it speaks constantly, filling every second of silence. Stay, stay, stay. I don't fight it anymore, because I've realized something. It isn't just Melissa it wanted. It isn't just me. It wants anyone who listens, anyone who acknowledges the sound, anyone who turns their head toward the knocks, who wonders about the whistle, who hears their name in the dark. That's how it grows. And I've already answered. So this is my warning, the only thing I can leave behind before I'm gone too. When you go camping for the first time or the 100th, don't mistake silence for safety. Don't chase strange sounds into the trees. Don't answer the voice that calls your name. Because once you do, it doesn't matter where you run. The forest will follow. The silence will follow. And sooner or later, it will teach you the only word it ever speaks. Stay. I had been driving all day, the sun dipping low behind the pine trees, and the little Volkswagen bus hummed like a tired old dog on the asphalt. I wasn't looking for adventure, at least not the kind that makes your heart pound and your teeth ache from tension, but somehow that's what always found me when I took the long roads into the backcountry. This trip was supposed to be simple, a weekend alone, just me, my camper, and the kind of silence you don't hear in the city. The air smelled of resin and wet earth, thick and heavy, as I turned off the main road onto a gravel path barely wide enough for my van. The campsite wasn't marked on any map I had. That's part of the allure, right? The idea of a place untouched by other travelers, where you could wake up to birds and wind in the trees, not to the shrill beep of your neighbor's generator. I parked the Volkswagen under a cluster of maples whose branches rattled like dry bones in the evening breeze. The sky had turned an odd, bruised purple, and I felt that first shiver, not from cold, but from something unnamed, curling along my spine. That's when I saw it, the picnic table. At first, I thought someone had just beaten me here. The wood looked freshly varnished, almost too neat in its placement, but that wasn't what made my stomach tighten. On the table were plates and bowls, steaming as if someone had just cooked dinner. There was bread, golden and crusty, a roast still warm, and fruit that glistened in the last rays of the sun. I froze. No car in sight. No footprints in the dirt leading to the table. Nothing but the crunch of my tires in the gravel and the distant song of a creek. My logical mind wanted to convince me it was someone else's campsite, or that the caretaker of the park had set up some welcome display. But that instinct, the part of me that listens when the hairs on your arms rise, said otherwise. The food was too fresh, too hot. Someone had just been here, and they were gone now. I told myself it was fine. I laughed nervously and backed the van closer to the picnic table. I needed to get out of my own head to remind myself that fear was a trick of isolation. I pulled the little camp stove from the back and set it up anyway, trying to distract myself, pretending that my reason was stronger than the whispering sense of dread crawling over me. But even as I unpacked my gear, I couldn't stop looking at the table. Every time I glanced away, the corner of my vision felt like it wanted to warn me, like the shadows under the trees were leaning closer, listening. Night came with a sudden drop in temperature, the kind that presses cold fingers into your chest no matter how many layers you wear. I'd built a small fire, just enough to cast shadows that danced against the trunks and branches. I tried to focus on that, the warmth, the smell of burning pine, but every crackle of the fire sounded like steps, soft and deliberate. My mind tried to rationalize. Animals, maybe a raccoon. But nothing could make a roast sit perfectly, steaming, untouched, on a picnic table. I kept telling myself this, but the words felt hollow. Then I heard it. A soft shuffle, a scrape against wood. My stomach dropped. I froze, listening. The fire popped once, twice, and then everything went still. I wanted to call out, but my voice felt small in the heavy night. I didn't want to know if anyone was there, but I couldn't stop staring at the table. The food was still there, perfectly arranged, untouched. But I could have sworn something had moved behind the shadows, just at the edge of the firelight. I debated staying in the van, but curiosity, or foolish pride, won. I grabbed a flashlight and slowly approached the table. The beam of light trembled in my hand as I scanned every angle, every shadow. Nothing. Plates and bowls gleamed, the bread's crust still warm, the fruit shining like it had been polished moments ago. I picked up a loaf and touched it. Warm. Too warm. My gut tightened. I could almost hear my heartbeat echoing off the trees. Whoever had left this hadn't gone far. That's when the whisper came. A word, just a breath of sound that brushed past my ear. I spun, flashlight swinging, but there was nothing but the trees. My pulse raced. My mind started running through every rational explanation, wind, animals, my own imagination, but deep down, I knew the truth. Someone had been watching, waiting, leaving just enough to draw me out. The fire's warmth seemed to shrink in that moment, and I felt exposed, like the forest itself was pressing in, testing me. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the Volkswagen, windows open just a crack, listening to the night hum around me. Every bird call sounded like a warning. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of a branch felt deliberate. The food on the picnic table, the warmth of it, was the strangest terror. I wanted it, and I knew I couldn't have it safely. The line between hunger and fear blurred until I couldn't tell if I was trembling from cold or from something more primal. Morning came in gray light, thin and cold. The picnic table was gone. The plates, the bread, the roast vanished without a trace. I convinced myself it had been my mind playing tricks. I told myself I'd imagined the steaming food, the soft whisper, the creeping sense of being watched. But even as I packed the Volkswagen, a tight knot of unease lingered. That fear, quiet and stubborn, stayed with me as I drove down the gravel path and back to the main road. I didn't see anyone that day, didn't hear anyone else at the campsite, and yet the feeling lingered. The world had shifted slightly, just enough that I knew there was more out there than the road and the trees and the quiet. Someone, or something, had invited me into that moment, and I had accepted, even if only out of curiosity. I didn't know what I had seen, but I knew it had changed the way I would ever look at a campsite again. Even now, when I drive my Volkswagen down a lonely back road, I feel it. The same quiet tension, the same subtle pressure that something is always just out of reach. Camping, I've realized, isn't just about solitude or nature. It's about the edges of reality, the places where the world feels thin, and where you discover not only fear, but how deeply you can trust yourself in the dark. The picnic table, set and steaming, was more than a meal. It was a test, a reminder that adventure is never innocent, and that some lessons are carved in fear, not comfort. I didn't know it then, but that night would shape every camping trip I took afterward. The little Volkswagen, packed and reliable, became my shield and my vessel into those quiet, tense moments of the wild. Every shadow, every crackle of fire, every strange sound in the dark was a chance to test myself, to face the fear that lives at the edge of curiosity. And I learned, slowly, that acknowledging that fear doesn't make you weak. It makes you alive, sharper, more present, more human. By the time I reached home, I was exhausted, worn down by tension that had no visible source, by a story I couldn't fully explain. But as I climbed into bed, I realized something important. Fear isn't just something to survive. It's something to study, to feel, to respect. And in respecting it, in acknowledging the strange and the uncanny, you discover parts of yourself that only emerge when the world feels just a little too big, a little too empty, a little too quiet. I keep that lesson close every time I turn the key in my Volkswagen. Every time I park under the trees, I remember the picnic table, the warmth of food no one claimed, and the soft whisper that slid past my ear like silk and shadow. I remember the weight of the forest pressing in, the tense anticipation, the trembling excitement. And I know that no matter how familiar a road or campsite may seem, the unknown is always waiting, and it is always worth paying attention to, because the forest doesn't care about our plans, our maps, or our timing. It only cares about presence, about awareness, about whether we notice the details that whisper the truth. And if we do, if we listen, if we allow ourselves to feel it fully, then every camping trip becomes more than an escape. It becomes a confrontation, a lesson, and ultimately a story we carry with us, stitched into the hum of the engine, the rattle of the leaves, and the quiet pulse of fear that makes us alive. I drove away from that cat with a tight grip on the steering wheel, the Volkswagen rattling slightly over a washboard stretch of gravel. My hands were still shaking from the tension of the night before, but there was an odd sense of relief in the motion, in putting distance between myself and the unseen presence. I told myself it was over, that the forest had only been a trick of perception, that my mind had played out some elaborate prank fueled by isolation and hunger. But deep down, I knew it hadn't been a trick. The memory of the steaming bread and fruit, the roast that had somehow stayed warm in the cold night air, clung to me. It felt like a warning, a question without words. Are you paying attention? I took a turn onto a narrow back road lined by oaks whose trunks were blackened in patches, as if fire had touched them years ago and never quite let go. The road was familiar in the sense that I'd traveled similar paths before, but there was something in the way the wind whispered through the leaves that set my teeth on edge. It wasn't a sudden, sharp sound, more like a subtle hiss, a long sigh that seemed to echo from the trees themselves. I flicked the radio on, hoping for music to distract me, but static filled the speakers first, then a voice I didn't recognize saying only, "You shouldn't be here." It was faint, buried beneath the crackle, but my stomach dropped. I slammed the radio off and stared through the windshield, half expecting to see someone standing on the side of the road. Nothing, just the twisted shadows of the trees and the gray blur of the horizon. The Volkswagen felt smaller in the silence, more vulnerable, as if it were sharing my unease. I gripped the wheel tighter, trying to convince myself that I was imagining everything, that a combination of sleep deprivation, hunger, and lingering fear had turned ordinary woods into some theatrical stage for paranoia. But the feeling wouldn't go away. It pressed into my chest with a quiet insistence, like the forest itself was leaning closer. I decided to pull over at a small clearing I'd seen on my way in, a place with a patch of grass that caught the weak sunlight filtering through the branches. I needed to clear my head, to breathe, to remind myself that I was alone and safe. As I stepped out, the air was cool and damp, heavy with the scent of moss and wet pine needles. I walked around the Volkswagen, checking the tires, making sure everything was in order, but my eyes kept drifting to the tree line, to the shadows that seemed to flicker unnaturally. I felt a tension in my shoulders, a tightness in my chest, as if anticipation itself had weight. I went to open the back of the van, thinking I'd make a quick snack, and that's when I noticed something strange. A small, crude carving had appeared on the tailgate overnight. I hadn't left it there the day before. It was simple, a circle with a line through it, like a symbol meant to warn or mark. My breath caught. I had been careful. I hadn't stopped anywhere else, hadn't touched anything that could have left a mark. And yet, there it was, freshly etched, as if someone or something had leaned in while I slept, invisible and deliberate. I ran my fingers over it, tracing the shallow grooves. The wood was smooth and warm, almost pulsing under my touch. A chill ran down my spine. I slammed the van doors and jumped back, heart hammering. That instinct, the same one that had warned me at the picnic table, was screaming now. Something was following me, testing me, letting me know that distance meant nothing. I debated driving straight to the nearest town, but a small, stubborn part of me wanted to understand. I wanted to see it, to confront it, even if it meant danger. I packed up quickly, everything inside the Volkswagen trembling slightly in my hands, as if it too felt the tension. The engine roared to life, and I eased back onto the road, eyes scanning the tree line, the shadows, every flicker of movement. I tried to focus on the rhythm of the road beneath my tires, the familiar hum of the engine, but the unease followed me like a shadow that couldn't be shaken. I realized that fear, when it comes in the quiet moments, doesn't need sound or motion. It's enough that you know it's there, patient and watching. Hours passed. I stopped at a roadside overlook to stretch my legs, the Volkswagen parked precariously on the edge of a slope. The view was breathtaking, valleys wrapped in mist, rivers glinting like silver snakes under the sun. But I couldn't enjoy it. Every gust of wind sounded like footsteps, every rustle in the brush like whispers. My mind kept circling back to the picnic table, to the warmth of the food that should not have existed, to the symbol on the tailgate. Something was shaping the landscape around me, bending reality in subtle, unnerving ways. I set up a small campfire in the overlooked clearing, though it felt absurd to cook in daylight. I was drawn to rituals, to repetition, as a way to anchor myself. I stirred a pot of coffee, inhaling the aroma, trying to convince myself I was safe. Yet the forest beyond the clearing seemed alive with intent, shadows moving just out of reach, sunlight playing tricks on the trees. And then I heard it, a soft, rhythmic tapping. Not loud enough to echo, not human in cadence, but deliberate. I froze, listening. It was coming from below, the slope where I'd parked. I couldn't see anyone, but I felt watched. My instincts screamed to leave, yet fascination held me rooted. There's a strange pull in encounters like this, the mixture of fear and curiosity that keeps you from acting purely on self-preservation. I realized then that I had entered a world that obeyed its own rules, a place where isolation is a test, and fear is the only guide. I finished my coffee, hands trembling, eyes never leaving the slope, knowing that the slightest movement could reveal the unseen observer. Night fell again, heavy and oppressive. I stayed awake in the Volkswagen, engine running just enough to keep a low hum in the background, thinking that sound might ward off whatever lingered. The tapping returned intermittently, softer now, like someone testing the perimeter, listening. I felt my courage ebb and flow with every noise, every shadow that twisted in the dim light. Sleep was impossible. Hunger gnawed at me, but so did the sense that stepping outside, even for a moment, could be a mistake I'd never recover from. By midnight, the tapping stopped. Silence returned, but it was a tense, waiting silence, the kind that presses into your chest. I realized that this was what the forest wanted, not to harm me, necessarily, but to make me aware, to teach patience, observation, and the weight of presence. It wasn't malevolent in the ordinary sense. It was something older, something that understood attention, fear, and respect. The picnic table had been the first lesson. The symbol on the tailgate, the tapping on the slope, they were subsequent lessons, each testing a different facet of my awareness and resolve. I don't remember when I finally fell asleep. When I woke, dawn was breaking in thin, pale streams of light through the trees. Everything felt heavier in the morning, more real, more permanent. I packed up quickly, leaving no trace of my presence behind, except for the faint hum of the Volkswagen's engine. As I drove away, I kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a figure in the shadows following me, marking me, keeping watch. But there was nothing. Only the road, the trees, and the faint, lingering sense that I had been observed. And yet, even as relief washed over me, I understood something fundamental. Camping isn't just about solitude. It's about confronting a world that doesn't revolve around your expectations, about noticing the subtle cues, the details that signal something beyond ordinary perception. It's about learning that fear is not always a signal to run. It is often a guide, pointing toward awareness, humility, and presence. The little Volkswagen carried me home, every rattle and hum a reminder of the journey, the lessons, and the quiet terror that had shaped the edges of my mind. Even now, years later, I remember the smell of the fire, the warmth of the food on that remote table, the symbol etched on my tailgate, and the tapping in the darkness. Those moments were terrifying and unsettling, yet they were also instructive. They reminded me that adventure always carries risk, that curiosity must be tempered with vigilance, and that the forest, the road, and the shadows are never quite as empty as they seem. Every trip since, every mile I drive in the Volkswagen, I carry those lessons with me. I listen for the subtle sounds, watch for movements just beyond sight, and respect the strange, quiet power of the wilderness, because there is wisdom in fear, strength in awareness, and an unshakable truth in the moments when you realize that the world is larger, stranger, and more alive than your mind can comfortably hold. The next weekend, I couldn't resist. The Volkswagen seemed to hum with anticipation as I packed it again, as if it remembered the previous encounters and wanted to return to that edge of the unknown. I told myself it was curiosity, a need to confront the strange tension that had left me restless all week. But there was more than curiosity now. There was an unshakable pull, a magnetic draw toward whatever had left that picnic table, that symbol, that soft tapping in the night. I drove through the mountains, past rivers that glittered in the morning sun, and stretches of road that narrowed until I wondered how the van would fit. The engine rattled, a familiar companion, steady and reassuring, yet I felt my nerves taut under the hum of the tires. The woods thickened, the trees leaning closer to the road, casting long, twitching shadows across the windshield. I had a small map, but I ignored it, following instinct and memory. Every turn seemed familiar, yet slightly off, as if the forest had shifted while I was gone. I reached the clearing where the tapping had occurred, and my stomach tightened at the sight of it. The slope was empty now, silent, but the residue of tension lingered in the air, almost like a smell. I set up camp carefully this time, making sure the van was close enough for security but far enough from the forest that I could see movement before it reached me. I lit a small fire, enough to keep warmth and light, and arranged my gear with deliberate care. I wanted to feel in control, to impose order, but the forest resisted every effort. The shadows stretched unnaturally, bending toward me, flickering with an almost sentient patience. The night fell quickly. I made dinner, a simple meal, nothing like the uncanny feast from before, and sat by the fire, sipping coffee, listening. And then I heard it again. Soft, deliberate footfalls in the underbrush. Slow, measured, not random. My pulse quickened, but I told myself to stay calm, to observe, to remember the lessons the forest had been teaching. I didn't move the van, didn't make a sound. I watched the shadows with every ounce of attention I could muster, feeling the tension coil inside me like a living thing. A low whistle carried through the trees, a note that seemed familiar yet impossible. My mind raced. Was it a human or some trick of the wind? I could no longer tell. The shadows shifted closer, and I saw something, a figure, pale and thin, watching from behind the trees. Not moving, just standing, its presence pressing on the clearing without crossing the firelight. I swallowed hard. The picnic table, the symbol, the tapping, they had been precursors. This was the test in person, the confrontation that had been building since my first encounter. I remembered the first instinct from that initial night, the one that had saved me from the unseen observer at the picnic table. I didn't move. I didn't call out. I waited, counting my breaths, letting the fire's warmth anchor me. The figure stayed for what felt like eternity, a silent sentinel in the shadows. I realized then that the fear wasn't about violence or danger. It was about presence, about acknowledgement. The forest and its occupants didn't need to act aggressively. They only needed to exist, and in that existence they tested everything inside me: awareness, patience, courage. Minutes passed, hours perhaps. I couldn't tell. And then, slowly, the figure began to recede, melting back into the darkened trees, leaving the clearing empty once more. I exhaled a long, shuddering release and felt the tension leave my shoulders just enough to make me human again. But the lessons remained, sharper and more vivid than before. I realized that the fear, the suspense, the close brush with the unknown had been shaping me all along. It had forced me to notice, to respect, to move carefully through the world without taking anything for granted. I spent the rest of the night awake, fire dwindling, coffee gone cold, listening to the whispers of the forest. I learned to hear not just the sounds of animals, but the rhythm of the wind, the pressure of the air, the subtle shift of shadows. Everything was alive, everything had intent, and my presence mattered. I was a participant, not a visitor. The Volkswagen became more than a vehicle. It was my observation post, my safe haven, and my lens into the hidden layers of the wild. Morning arrived, faint and muted, and I packed up once again. I didn't see the figure, didn't hear the tapping, and yet I felt its absence just as strongly as its presence. The road stretched before me, the mountains and trees familiar, yet forever changed in my perception. I drove with heightened attention, watching for the tiniest shifts in the forest, the smallest anomalies in shadows or sound. The Volkswagen carried me steadily, its engine a quiet anchor amidst the lingering unease. That encounter changed my approach to camping entirely. I no longer sought solitude merely for peace or escape. I sought it for connection, for engagement, for the subtle lessons hidden in the edges of perception. Every creak of wood, every whisper of wind, every shifting shadow became data, insight, a way to measure my own presence against the vast living world. Fear was no longer something to flee. It was a teacher, a compass, a test of awareness. By the time I returned home, I understood the full weight of what had happened. The picnic table had been an invitation, the symbol, a reminder. The figure in the shadows, a final assessment. And I had survived, not by luck, but by listening, by observing, and by trusting instincts honed under pressure. I learned that courage isn't the absence of fear, it's the willingness to remain present in it, to let it guide rather than dictate, to let it illuminate hidden truths rather than blind you with panic. Every camping trip I take now carries the memory of that weekend. The Volkswagen, reliable and humble, is no longer just transportation. It is a vessel into these lessons, a bridge between the familiar and the unknown. I carry a quiet vigilance in every mile, a respect for the spaces where the world feels just a little thinner, just a little stranger. And I know that the forest, the shadows, the wind, and the whispers are always watching, always testing, always teaching. I never saw the picnic table again. I never found the symbol etched on the van overnight. I never heard the soft tapping in the dark, and yet the experiences linger stitched into memory, guiding every decision, every glance into the edge of the woods, every choice to approach or retreat. The forest had shown me that fear is not a limitation. It is a mirror, a lens, a teacher. And in that understanding, I discovered a deeper connection to the world, a sharper awareness, and an enduring respect for the unknown. Weeks passed, but the memory of that forest, that campsite, and the silent observer never left me. It followed me in subtle ways, like the way I hesitated before turning down an empty road, or how I found myself scanning shadows while unpacking groceries. The Volkswagen sat in the driveway, waiting patiently, its little engine humming quietly as if it knew where it wanted to go next. And eventually, I couldn't resist. I packed it again, essentials stowed carefully, firewood tied down, and maps placed almost ceremoniously on the passenger seat. This time, I didn't aim for the same clearing. I wanted a new place, yet my instincts guided me deeper into the backcountry, down roads that twisted unnaturally, shaded by trees that seemed to lean toward the van. The road narrowed until it felt like the branches themselves were reaching in, brushing against the roof, whispering in a language I didn't understand. Every mile made me tense, and yet, paradoxically, I felt more alive than I had in weeks. Awareness sharpened by fear is a strange gift. It brings the present into focus with startling clarity. I found a campsite tucked in a hollow between two ridges where the sun barely reached the forest floor. It was perfect, secluded, quiet, and ominously beautiful. I parked the Volkswagen near a small creek, the water babbling faintly, like a distant whisper, a sound that seemed innocent, but carried with it the same subtle tension I had learned to notice. I unpacked, set up the fire, and even laid out a small picnic on a worn wooden table I found there. I didn't need it to be warm or steaming. This wasn't about food. This was about presence, awareness, the subtle dance between the seen and unseen. Night came quickly, and I sat by the fire, letting the forest press against the clearing, letting my senses stretch into the darkness. And then I heard it, a low, deliberate crunch on the forest floor. Not random, not animal-like. It had rhythm, pattern, patience. I froze. The Volkswagen's little engine purr felt miles away. My pulse hammered in my ears, yet I stayed still, just watching, just listening. Every instinct told me to retreat, to run, but I had learned something vital. Presence itself is a shield. Panic is the invitation. Calm observation is defense. The figure appeared again, pale and silent, leaning just beyond the firelight, eyes that gleamed faintly in the flicker. Not moving toward me, not threatening, just watching. My heart raced, but my breath remained steady. I had rehearsed this moment in my mind again and again, and now it was real. I realized profoundly that the fear wasn't about danger. It was about understanding, about presence, about measuring myself against the forest and its quiet guardians. Hours stretched, the fire burning low, my coffee long gone cold, my senses taut and alert. I watched the figure shift subtly in the shadows, always present yet distant, an embodiment of the tension I had felt from the very first picnic table. I knew then that this was the culmination of every lesson: patience, vigilance, respect, and courage. Every scrape, every whisper, every fleeting shadow in the Volkswagen trips had led to this point. I wasn't being tested by the forest, not entirely. I was being shown the subtle, intricate ways that awareness and fear intertwine, shaping perception, sharpening focus, and teaching presence. Dawn arrived like a thin veil over the trees, softening the shadows but not the memory of the night. The figure had vanished, leaving the clearing empty, yet the lessons were indelible. I packed the Volkswagen slowly, deliberately, as if to honor the tension, the presence, and the subtle, quiet power I had encountered. Every mile down the winding road carried me with a heightened sense of awareness. Each rattle of the engine a companion in reflection. When I reached the main road, civilization felt almost alien, too bright, too noisy, too concrete. I carried with me the quiet tension of the backcountry, the lessons of the unknown, and the understanding that fear is never a barrier. It is a lens, a tool, and a teacher. The Volkswagen, reliable and patient, had been more than transportation. It had been a vessel into another world, a companion in moments of true presence, and a witness to the subtle, terrifying beauty of the forest. I never saw the picnic table again, never found the symbol, and never heard the tapping, but that doesn't matter. What matters is the imprint left on awareness, the sharpened attention, the courage born of calm observation. Every camping trip since carries a piece of that forest, a whisper of presence, and the understanding that the unknown isn't something to fear blindly. It's something to engage with, respect, and let shape you in ways comfort never could. Even now, the Volkswagen waits in the driveway, its little engine humming quietly, a reminder that the road, the forest, and the shadows are never quite empty, and that presence, vigilance, and courage are the only true companions in the quiet terror of the wild. A few months later, I found myself once again behind the wheel of the Volkswagen, drawn to a remote road I had avoided for weeks. The forest seemed different now, not threatening, but alive in a way I had only begun to understand. Every leaf, every shadow, every subtle change in the wind felt intentional, like the world itself was testing whether I had learned, whether I could carry the lessons of fear and awareness with me without panic. The little engine hummed steadily beneath me, a reminder of continuity, of reliability, of being grounded even when the world presses in. I reached a clearing I hadn't noticed before, a plateau overlooking a series of valleys that rolled into mist like slow rivers of silver. The sun had not yet broken fully over the ridges, leaving the air cool, damp, and expectant. I parked the Volkswagen and stepped out slowly, the crunch of gravel beneath my boots feeling unusually loud in the quiet. I glanced at the forest edge, and for the first time, I didn't feel dread. I felt anticipation, the same sharp edge I had learned to respect, but tempered by experience. I walked to the far end of the plateau and set up a small campfire. I didn't prepare a meal this time. It wasn't necessary. The lessons of the steaming picnic table, the carved symbol, and the shadows in the night were still vivid, etched into my memory like grooves in the wood of the Volkswagen's tailgate. Every movement felt deliberate, every glance measured. I had learned that the forest is not malevolent. It only responds to presence, awareness, and respect. Fear is not a weakness, it is a lens. As night fell, the wind shifted, carrying the faintest hint of a sound. Soft, rhythmic tapping, the echo of something deliberate, patient. My pulse quickened, not with panic, but with recognition. I didn't need to see it to know it was there, waiting, testing, observing. I lit the fire fully, letting the light spread across the plateau and watched the shadows stretch into shapes that seemed almost human. And then I saw movement, a figure stepping forward from the trees, pale, still, silent. Unlike before, I did not flinch. I did not hesitate. I watched. The figure paused at the edge of the firelight, measuring me as I had been measured. There was no threat, no aggression, only presence, quiet and patient, as though it had been waiting for me to arrive at this point of understanding. I realized in that moment that the true terror of the forest had never been about danger. It had been about awareness, about engagement, about learning to navigate a world that is alive in ways we often overlook. Each previous encounter, the table, the symbol, the tapping, had been training, sharpening, preparing me for this confrontation, not with something external, but with the internal clarity that comes from observing, respecting, and embracing fear without surrendering to it. The figure lingered for a long moment, a silent sentinel in the dark. I met its gaze with calm. I understood that courage is not the absence of fear. It is the willingness to stand fully in it, to engage with the unknown without losing presence of mind. Slowly, deliberately, the figure receded back into the forest. I watched until it was gone, leaving nothing but shadows and the soft hum of the wind through the trees. I returned to the Volkswagen, the fire reduced to glowing embers, and settled in for the night with a sense of completion I had never felt before. The tension that had clung to me on every trip, the subtle pressure, the fear, the unease, had transformed into clarity. I was present. I was aware. I had learned the language of the forest, the lessons of observation, and the weight of vigilance. Morning came pale and fragile, washing the plateau in soft light. I packed slowly, savoring the quiet, letting the memories settle around me like smoke from the dying fire. The road awaited, winding and uncertain, but I was prepared. Not with weapons or trap, but with awareness, respect, and understanding. The Volkswagen carried me smoothly over gravel and asphalt alike, a constant in a world that had taught me the value of subtlety and attentiveness. I realized that the forest and every experience in it had been a test not of strength, but of perception. The picnic table, the symbol, the tapping, the shadowed figure, they were guides, each shaping my attention, patience, and courage. Fear had been the teacher, and presence the lesson. Even now, every time I park the Volkswagen in the quiet of a remote clearing, I carry those lessons with me. I listen not just for the obvious, but for the subtle, the change in wind, the rhythm of leaves, the faint, deliberate sounds that mark the presence of the unseen. Camping is no longer simply about solitude. It is about engagement, about being alive in every sense, about understanding that the world beyond the road is as much a teacher as it is a challenge. I never saw the picnic table again. I never heard the tapping in the night after that final encounter. I never encountered the figure directly again, and yet the experience has stayed with me, stitched into memory, shaping every mile I drive, every campsite I choose, every moment I spend on the edge of the unknown. The Volkswagen remains my vessel, my companion, and my anchor, a constant reminder that courage is cultivated not in comfort, but in attentive presence, and that fear, when embraced, can become a lens to see the world more clearly than I ever could have imagined. And so I drive, always vigilant, always aware, always present, carrying with me the quiet terror and the profound lessons of the forest. For in the end, fear is not something to escape, it is something to understand, to respect, and to let guide you toward a deeper awareness of yourself, your surroundings, and the strange, beautiful, and unyielding world that exists just beyond the edge of the road. I never thought a simple weekend escape could spiral into something that would rewrite the boundaries of what I thought was real. I remember the first time I saw the shoreline of Lake Morrow. It wasn't much, just a stretch of sand and reeds at the edge of a forest that locals claimed had been off the map for decades. I had driven my old RV past the gas stations, past the blinking neon motels, and into a zone that felt like it had been waiting for someone foolish enough to wander in. My friend, James, had insisted he'd camped here as a kid with his dad, that it was perfectly safe, and I wanted to believe him. The air smelled sharp with pine and damp earth, but there was something else, something faint and briny that didn't belong to the lake. We set up camp late, just as the sun was sinking behind the trees and the first cold edge of night began to settle. James, always the reckless optimist, lit a fire while I parked the RV and checked our supplies. There was a quiet in the woods that felt deliberate, like it was listening. I chalked it up to being out in nature, being outside the city hum, but even so, there was a prickling at the back of my neck that refused to settle. As night fell, the lake became a mirror for the stars. I remember leaning against the RV, sipping lukewarm coffee, and noticing how the shoreline didn't seem right. At first, I thought it was just the angle of the moonlight, the shadows stretching across the sand. But over the next hour, every time I looked, the water seemed closer, as if the lake itself had moved while we weren't watching. James laughed when I mentioned it. "You've been staring too long. Water looks different in the dark." I wanted to agree, but the sense of unease had a weight I couldn't shake. By midnight, the sounds of the forest became unnerving. Leaves rustled without wind, and sometimes I could swear I heard footsteps on the sand, soft, deliberate, always just beyond the glow of our fire. I tried calling out, but my voice sounded swallowed, muted by the night. James slept like a log, oblivious to it all, his face lit by the soft orange flicker of the flames. I wanted to shake him awake, tell him something was off, but even that thought made me hesitate. Denial is a funny thing. It makes you wait for proof, makes you rationalize until the evidence is undeniable. Around 2 a.m, the first real terror crept in. I woke to the sensation of damp sand pressing against the bottom of the RV. At first, I thought it was condensation, but then I heard it, the low, insistent lapping of water where there should have been none. My stomach dropped. I unlatched the door and stepped outside, barefoot, the cold sand sticking to my skin. The shoreline had crept closer, perhaps 30, maybe 40 feet. I blinked, trying to force my brain to find a rational explanation, but the reflection of the moon on the water was unmistakable. My heart thumped in my chest, and I felt the icy grip of dread. James stirred at my movement and mumbled something incoherent before settling back into sleep. I debated waking him, but deep down, I knew some things had to be faced alone. I spent the rest of the night in restless vigilance, watching the lake breathe under the moonlight, every shadow shifting, every sound magnified. I can't tell you how many times I convinced myself it was a tide or my eyes playing tricks or some local phenomenon I'd never read about. By the time dawn arrived, I had counted the shoreline moving at least 2 more feet. I said nothing to James, partly out of fear, partly because I wasn't sure I wanted to be believed. And the truth is, admitting it gave it form. It made the lake's unnatural movement real. The morning light was deceptive, soft and warm, but it did nothing to calm the growing tension. We decided to explore, stretching our legs along the path that ran parallel to the lake. The trees leaned in, thick and suffocating, and every sound, the distant caw of a crow, the skittering of some nocturnal creature, felt amplified, like the forest itself was conspiring to unnerve us. At some point, James wandered off toward a narrow inlet, calling back to me about some interesting rock formation. I lingered, staring at the lake, noticing that the sand where we'd camped was damp, more than it should have been. The waterline had advanced again. My chest tightened. This wasn't a tide. It wasn't rain. Something else was happening, and I was beginning to understand that no one else would see it the way I did unless they were paying attention. By late afternoon, the sun had lost its warmth, replaced with a haze that seemed to blur the edges of the trees and the water. We made a small fire for lunch near the tree line, the smoke curling upward lazily, but I noticed the reeds along the water shifting unnaturally. Even without wind, they bent and swayed as if something moved beneath the surface. I tried to tell James. He laughed again, not cruelly, but with the casual disbelief of someone who refuses to question what they can't see. Stop reading into everything, man. It's a lake. Lakes do weird stuff. I wanted to argue, but the words stuck in my throat. Something about his calmness irritated me. It wasn't normal to dismiss a creeping fear that gnawed at your bones. That night, the shoreline had moved close enough that I could see the ripples brushing against the base of the RV's tires. I stood on the step, listening, imagining shapes just below the surface, feeling the electric pulse of paranoia in my veins. I kept glancing toward the forest, where shadows stretched in impossible directions, and I felt that creeping dread, that whispered voice inside my head, insisting that we had trespassed somewhere we weren't meant to be. The air smelled damp and metallic, like iron and salt, and I realized my skin was sticky with sweat. I finally woke James in the dead hours, urging him to move the RV back, but he resisted at first, drowsy, stubborn. By the time he understood the seriousness, I had already hitched the vehicle into motion. The tires squelched through the sand, leaving deep grooves as the water lapped closer with each moment. And then we saw it. Something in the water. At first I thought it was driftwood, a branch floating, but its movement was deliberate. A slow side-to-side rhythm that mimicked the movement of a swimming figure, though there was no one there. My breath caught. James swore he saw it too. We packed quickly, the RV straining under the weight of urgency and fear, the engine roaring to life as the shoreline seemed to stretch toward us. It wasn't just a lake, it was watching, waiting, advancing. By the time we left, driving down the narrow dirt road away from that cursed edge, the morning sun was breaking through clouds, innocent and blinding. But the memory lingered. The shoreline that kept moving closer, and the metallic, briny air that clung to me like a warning I couldn't shake. Even now, weeks later, I can't stand to look at lakes the same way. I replay it in my mind constantly. The quiet of the forest, the unnatural movement, the way denial gave way to an instinct I could no longer ignore. That weekend wasn't just a trip, it was a lesson. Fear isn't always about what you see. Sometimes it's about what you can't see and how the world shifts while you refuse to believe it. I've learned to trust that inner voice, the one that tells you something is wrong before it's visible. And I've learned that some places are patient. They wait, they watch, and they only reveal themselves when you've let your guard down enough to let the world creep closer. Some boundaries aren't marked by signs. Some are measured in feet, in subtle shifts, in the quiet insistence of water inching toward you. And if you ignore them, the lesson can be terrifying, unforgettable, and permanent. After that weekend, I thought I could put it behind me. I told myself it was a fluke, a trick of the mind combined with unfamiliar surroundings. But as the days passed, a shadow lingered over everything I did. Even the familiar, my driveway, the city streets, the grocery store, felt off. I would catch myself imagining that slow, deliberate movement beneath the surface of lakes and ponds I passed. It gnawed at me quietly, like a pulse I couldn't shake. James, in contrast, seemed almost eager to forget. He laughed about it when I brought it up, brushing off my insistence with half-hearted jokes. "You're letting your imagination run wild, man. Nature's weird. That's all." I wanted to believe him. I needed to. But every time I closed my eyes, I could see that lake stretching toward me, the sand soft beneath invisible weight, the reeds bending like they were alive. Weeks later, we planned another trip, this time further north, to a cluster of lakes that James claimed were perfectly normal. I resisted at first, wary of repeating the last experience, but something in me, a stubborn need to prove to myself I wasn't losing it, pushed me to agree. The forest greeted us like it had been waiting, the pine scent heavy and sharp, the ground soft with years of rotting needles. We parked the RV near a small inlet, a quiet cove that James insisted was perfect for fishing. The water looked placid, harmless, and for the first few hours I felt some relief. But the lake had a rhythm of its own, and it didn't take long before I noticed it. A subtle pull at the edge of my vision, the way the reflection of the trees shifted when I blinked. By nightfall, it had begun, the slow, almost imperceptible crawl of the shoreline closer to our tires. I tried to convince myself again. Tide, wind, my imagination. But the air carried the same briny tang, faint yet undeniable, curling around my clothes and hair like an invisible warning. I was hyper-aware of every sound, the scrape of a branch against the RV, the distant call of an owl, the whisper of water at the edge of the sand. I could almost feel it pressing against me, urging my pulse to quicken. James remained calm, tossing logs onto the fire, humming to himself. His calmness only deepened my unease. That night, I found myself standing outside alone, the RV door latched behind me, staring at the water as though it might finally make sense if I looked long enough. It moved. Again. This time I saw it clearly, the waterline creeping forward in slow, patient increments. I could count the grains of sand it swallowed with each advance. I stepped back instinctively, my heart hammering. James appeared behind me, squinting at the lake, his expression unreadable. "It's just the light," he said, voice low, almost hesitant. But the panic in my chest didn't let me lie to myself. The shoreline was moving. I could see the evidence. By midnight, I had stopped sleeping. I sat in the RV, flashlight in hand, scanning the dark surface of the lake. The reeds swayed without wind, and sometimes I thought I could hear a soft, dragging sound beneath the water, like something massive shifting itself just out of reach. I wanted to scream, but the forest swallowed sound as efficiently as it swallowed light. And then I realized something worse. It wasn't just the water. The forest itself had changed. Paths that had been clear during the day were now choked with undergrowth, the trees leaning inward, forming corridors that pressed toward us. My chest tightened. Every instinct screamed me to leave. But where could I go? The following morning, James insisted on a hike around the inlet. I agreed reluctantly, trying to shake off the creeping dread that had settled in my bones. The path wound tight around the water, and I noticed something odd. Footprints, deep and uneven, leading into the reeds and vanishing beneath the surface. My pulse surged. I called out, but there was no reply. James waved me off, pointing to the shoreline. Probably deer or raccoons. I wanted to believe him, but a small, insistent voice whispered that this was different. By afternoon, the panic had become almost physical. The shoreline had reached a point where our campsite felt encroached upon. The water hungrily close. I tried measuring the distance, pacing it out, but each step seemed futile. The lake moved with an intelligence I couldn't understand, an intent I couldn't name. James tried to keep things normal, joking, fishing, laughing at small mishaps, but I could see his unease under the surface, in the way his hands trembled slightly when he held the rod. That night, we both heard it. A dragging, sloshing sound, slow and deliberate, beneath the water. It came from every direction, surrounding us. I bolted upright in the RV, heart pounding, listening as James whispered, "I hear it too." The fire we'd built outside had died hours ago. Darkness pressed in on all sides. The shoreline had advanced again, so creeping to the very edge of the tires. And then the forest answered. Branches snapped, leaves rustled, footsteps, or something that sounded like footsteps, moving in the shadows beyond the tree line. We didn't sleep. We packed as quietly as we could, not daring to turn our backs to the water. Every movement, every sound felt magnified, like the world had shrunk and left us alone with some predatory patience. The RV's engine roared to life, and we drove blindly down the dirt road, ignoring the strain of sand under the tires, ignoring the sweat stinging my eyes. But as we left, I caught one last glimpse, the shoreline, inching forward with a terrifying deliberateness, as if it had been waiting for us to leave so it could stretch further into our world. In the weeks that followed, I couldn't sleep near water. Even the idea of a lake brought an instant, reflexive dread. I began to research tides, local folklore, and even geological shifts. Nothing explained what I had seen. The science made sense, the logic was sound, but the lake had ignored all of it. And I realized something. Some boundaries are not marked by maps or signs. They are measured in inches, in patient advances, in the quiet insistence of water that waits, watching, moving closer while the world sleeps. I started to understand that the terror wasn't in the lake itself. It was in the noticing, in paying attention when others didn't, in refusing to ignore the subtle hints that something was wrong. Fear isn't always about what you see. Sometimes it's about what you feel, in the quiet moments when the night presses against your chest and the world shifts in ways you can't explain. That summer, I drove past hundreds of lakes. Some seemed innocent. Others I couldn't even look at. I thought I was exaggerating, that my memory had warped the events, that maybe my fear had grown beyond reason. But then I would see the faint reflection of something moving in the water, or the way a shoreline seemed to stretch beyond its normal boundaries, and the memory would strike me again. The dragging, deliberate patience, the slow, inevitable advance. And I knew that the world is bigger, stranger, and more patient than we allow ourselves to believe. It's a lesson I carry with me now, every time I step near water, every time I plan a camping trip. The shoreline that kept moving closer isn't just a lake, it's a reminder. That fear is a teacher, that the world is alive in ways that can't always be explained, that some boundaries are invisible and they demand respect, whether we understand them or not. And most importantly, that listening to that quiet voice inside you, the one that says, "This is wrong," is the only thing that can keep you safe when the world begins to shift around you. Months passed, but the pull of the road, the need to escape, to chase the quiet of the forest and the expanse of water never left me. I told myself I was stronger now, more aware, better prepared. James insisted on another trip, this time to a remote section of the northern coast, a place he claimed he'd scouted in his 20s, a stretch of lakes and inlets no one ever bothers. I hesitated, but the lure of the unknown, that same reckless thrill that had driven us into Lake Morrow, whispered insistently. We packed the RV, stocked supplies, and drove until the highway dissolved into gravel and moss-choked trees. By the time we arrived, the sun was low, spilling gold across the water in a way that was almost cruel in its serenity. The shoreline was narrow, fringed with reeds and shadows, and the lake lay still as glass. I wanted to trust it, wanted to tell myself that I had imagined the last lake's movements, that I had let fear warp memory. But the first step onto the sand brought back the sensation, the subtle, deliberate tension of water, the awareness of something just out of reach. We set up camp on a small peninsula jutting into the lake. The forest was thick, leaning inward, and the air carried the faint, briny, metallic scent that had haunted me for weeks. James fished, I prepared the RV, and we spoke in short sentences, each of us aware that the stillness demanded attention. That night, as I lay in the RV listening to the water's soft, rhythmic brushing against the sand, I realized something horrifying. The shoreline was moving again. Inch by inch, closer to the tires, creeping toward the RV with patient, unrelenting intent. I tried to shake off panic, tried to rationalize. It was night, shadows played tricks, the moonlight shifted perception. But the wet imprint left where I had walked earlier, the sand, darker, damp, was proof enough. And then I heard the whispers. Faint at first, barely audible, like someone breathing across the lake, too low to discern words, and yet distinctly human. I froze, straining to catch the rhythm, the cadence. The sound was coming from everywhere and nowhere at once, echoing in the hollows of the peninsula, merging with the gentle lapping of water. I woke James. He sat up, squinting through the dark. "Hear that?" I asked, my voice tight. He nodded slowly, then laughed nervously. "Probably the wind," he said, but his tone lacked conviction. The night seemed to stretch endlessly, the lake inching forward in patient increments while the forest leaned closer, pressing shadows against the edge of vision. My fear sharpened into something primal, a single-minded urge to escape. By midnight, we both knew we couldn't stay. The waterline had reached the edge of the tires, and the whispers had grown, forming patterns I could almost interpret, as though the lake itself was speaking to us, counting our hesitations, feeding off our dread. I fumbled with the RV, trying to start the engine quietly. Every creak of the vehicle felt magnified in the darkness. And then I saw it. Movement beneath the water, deliberate, slow, a shadow larger than any animal should have been. I swallowed hard. James froze beside me. The air was cold, damp, metallic, clinging to our skin. The first real terror struck when something breached the surface near the reeds. Not a fish, not a deer, but something darker, human-shaped, impossibly still, then gone beneath the ripples. I shouted, and James grabbed my arm, pulling me back into the RV. The shoreline had advanced again, almost touching the tires. Heart hammering, we drove blindly down the narrow peninsula, the gravel and sand grinding beneath our tires, the engine whining. Behind us, the whispers persisted, soft, patient, impossible to locate, and the lake seemed to follow, water brushing the edge of our tires like it had always intended to claim us. We didn't stop until the road widened, until the forest thinned into something recognizably tame. Even then, the terror didn't leave. Sleep was impossible. Every dark corner, every reflective surface, every puddle or pond we passed caused a surge of panic. The memory of the lake's patient advance like ice in my veins. James tried to joke about it, tried to laugh off the events, but I could see it in his eyes. He knew, on some level, that we had seen something that didn't obey reason. Weeks later, I returned alone. I needed to understand, to confront the fear that had embedded itself in my bones. I drove past the familiar city streets, past the gas stations, past the motels that seemed to blink knowingly in the night, until I arrived at a small, isolated inlet that matched the description in James's directions. The forest greeted me with the same heavy scent of pine and damp earth, but the lake looked different, innocent, still, almost serene. I parked the RV and stepped out cautiously, heart racing, senses straining. The shoreline began its subtle advance almost immediately. It was slower this time, deliberate, patient. And yet I could sense it, a hunger in the water, a quiet insistence, the world pressing against me in ways I couldn't fully describe. I wandered along the edge, barefoot, toes sinking into damp sand, feeling the pull of the unseen beneath the surface. The reeds bent without wind, shadows shifted unnaturally, and the faint metallic scent returned, clinging to my clothes and hair. I realized then what had terrified me all along. Not the water itself, not the forest, but the awareness that some boundaries are invisible. Some forces are patient, waiting for you to lower your guard, measuring your hesitation, moving closer when you ignore them. Fear is a teacher, a guide. And the lake, the shoreline that kept moving closer, had taught me one undeniable truth. Notice what is out of place. Listen to the quiet insistence of the world. Respect what cannot be explained. By the time I drove back, the sun was setting, turning the sky to molten gold and crimson. The road stretched out in front of me, the forests thinning into the familiarity of civilization. And yet the memory remained, the patient advance of the water, the whispers, the shadows, the sensation of being watched by a world that doesn't follow rules. I knew I would never see lakes the same way again. I would never ignore the quiet voice inside me that warns of unseen boundaries. And I understood fully that some lessons are learned in inches, in whispers, in the slow and inevitable approach of forces beyond understanding. After that final solo visit, I promised myself I would stay away from lakes entirely, at least for a while. But fear has a peculiar way of lingering, not as terror, but as memory, as instinct. It follows you into places you thought were safe, into moments you thought you'd forgotten. I started avoiding trips near water, sticking to dry trails, highlands, and deserts where the ground was firm and the boundaries were obvious. And yet, every time I closed my eyes, the image of that shoreline creeping closer returned, relentless, patient, and impossibly slow. It wasn't until late autumn that the pull returned. James called me one evening, voice low, almost hesitant. "There's something I have to show you," he said. Despite myself, I agreed. Some part of me needed to confront the fear head-on, needed to see if it was real, or if the imagination had devoured us both. We packed the RV and drove into the northern reaches, where the forests grew dense and the air carried the damp chill of approaching winter. The lake was different this time, smaller, narrower, yet the shoreline was impossible to ignore. It lay low and patient, waiting at the edge of the forest, perfectly still, reflecting the gray sky. As we set up the RV, I felt it immediately. The pressure in the air, the subtle insistence, the way the world seemed to lean toward that stretch of water. James, for once, seemed uneasy. His usual bravado had faded, replaced with a quiet, alert tension. That night, we sat by a fire near the tree line, listening to the soft lapping of the lake against sand. The sound had a rhythm now, deliberate, almost sentient, and I felt a creeping realization. The shoreline wasn't just moving, it was aware. It was patient. It had been waiting for us to notice, to acknowledge its presence. And now, finally, it was time to pay attention. The first movement came subtly, barely perceptible. A ripple along the edge, a gentle bending of reeds without wind. I froze, senses taut, heart hammering. James followed my gaze and nodded, silent. Then the water pulled back slightly, like it was inhaling, and I could feel the tension coiling in the air. There was no wind, no animals, nothing but the forest and the lake and the unbearable, patient insistence. Suddenly, a sound emerged, low, dragging, deliberate. It wasn't beneath the water this time. It was behind us, in the shadows of the forest. Leaves rustled without breeze, branches bent unnaturally, and I realized with a start that we were surrounded. The shoreline had moved forward inches, almost threatening our campsite, and the forest had closed in. Panic surged, but I forced myself to breathe, to observe, to notice. That was the lesson the lake had been teaching. Inattention was the true danger. We packed the RV quickly, every sound amplified, every movement scrutinized. The lake's edge seemed to pulse with life, following our progress, responding to hesitation. James and I worked in near silence, the world around us charged with a quiet predatory intelligence. And then I saw it, fully this time. The shadow beneath the water, enormous, deliberate, shifting with intent. It wasn't human, nor entirely animal. It was something in between, something that existed in the spaces our minds were unwilling to acknowledge. We drove off the peninsula, tires biting into sand and gravel, engine roaring against the hush of the forest. I dared not glance back, but the memory burned itself into me. The shoreline had crept close, almost touching, waiting until the last possible moment to retreat. The whispers followed for a time, fading only when the trees thinned and civilization returned. By then, the sun had risen, soft and indifferent, illuminating the road ahead. Weeks later, I sat alone, reflecting on the experience. The shoreline that kept moving closer was no longer just a literal danger. It had become a metaphor, a lesson etched into my instincts. Some boundaries aren't marked with signs. They are patient, imperceptible, waiting for us to stumble, to ignore, to doubt. The lake had taught me to notice, to trust my perception, and to respect what could not be easily explained. I've learned to listen, truly listen, to the subtle cues of the world. The faint ripple in a pond, the whisper of wind through reeds, the uneasy feeling that something is not right. Fear, when acknowledged, becomes clarity. Panic becomes guidance, and the world in all its strange, patient intelligence rewards those who pay attention with survival. Even now, I can't walk past a lake without feeling it. The pull, the patience, the subtle insistence of water advancing. But I no longer run blindly. I observe, I respect, and I carry the lesson with me. The world is alive, it watches, and some forces cannot be ignored. The shoreline that kept moving closer is not a memory, not a hallucination. It is a teacher. And as long as I heed its lesson, I will never be caught unawares again. I often return in thought to the edge of those quiet, patient lakes, imagining the slow crawl of the shoreline, the whispers in the reeds, the deliberate patience of the world itself. And I understand fully that fear is not the absence of courage, it is its companion. It is the signal, the pulse, the warning that guides us, if only we are brave enough to listen. After that final encounter, life returned to a semblance of normalcy, though nothing truly felt normal anymore. I started planning trips cautiously, choosing highlands, dry forests, and open plains where the ground was solid and predictable. Still, every time I drove past a lake or even glimpsed one through the trees, my chest tightened and I could feel that same pulse of unease, the patient insistence of water that refuses to be ignored. It wasn't terror anymore. It was awareness, vigilance, respect. I began journaling the experiences, recounting the subtle shifts in the world that had always been there but went unnoticed by others. How the forest bends, how shadows stretch in impossible directions, how water moves with patience rather than chaos. I wrote about the whispers that were never quite human, but carried a cadence that felt intentional. Writing it down crystallized the lessons, helped me confront the parts of the experience that memory alone could twist into terror. What struck me most was how easily humans ignore subtle warning signs. We are trained to believe in the obvious, in the measurable, in the explained. Yet some dangers do not announce themselves with dramatic gestures. Some encroach slowly, imperceptibly, teaching patience, resilience, and attentiveness. The shoreline that kept moving closer became more than a threat. It became a teacher, a lesson in noticing, in respecting boundaries that aren't always marked. Months turned into a year, and I found myself returning, cautiously, to smaller, safer lakes, testing my nerves, observing, learning. Each visit was deliberate. I measured the shoreline, watched the reeds, listened to every sound, and allowed myself to feel what the world wanted me to feel. It was no longer about fear. It was about connection, attention, understanding. And I realized that my fear, once paralyzing, had transformed into insight, into an awareness that had sharpened my instincts and expanded my perception. James and I continued to travel, though with new rules. We avoided dusk and night near water, kept a close eye on subtle environmental cues, and acknowledged when something felt off. The RV became a vessel not only for adventure but for vigilance, a mobile classroom where the world's patient lessons could be observed without being overwhelmed. Every creek, every lake, every shadowed inlet became a reminder. Notice. Respect. Do not ignore. Sometimes, even now, I wake in the middle of the night, the memory of that creeping shoreline pressing against me. I recall the whispers, the slow, deliberate advance, the patient, almost sentient intelligence of the lake. And though it once terrified me, now it humbles me. It reminds me that the world is not ours to command, only to navigate carefully, attentively, and with respect. The true horror was never just the lake itself, but the lessons it demanded we learn through fear. I understand now that fear is not the absence of courage, it is its companion, its teacher. Fear is the pulse of survival, the quiet insistence that something is amiss, the signal that attention must be paid. And courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to act despite it, to move forward with awareness, to respect what cannot be ignored. The shoreline that kept moving closer will forever be a part of me, a reminder etched into my instincts. Its lesson extends beyond lakes or forests. It applies to life itself. Subtle threats, patient and persistent, wait at the edges of our perception. The world moves quietly, sometimes slowly, sometimes deliberately, And it is up to us to notice, to respond, and to respect what cannot be measured or explained. When I camp now, I move deliberately, observe carefully, and listen intently. I have learned to trust the quiet voice that whispers caution, to respect boundaries even when they are invisible, and to acknowledge that some lessons are taught not by what is seen, but by what is felt. The shoreline that once threatened to engulf us has become a teacher, a reminder, a symbol of vigilance and awareness. And I understand finally that the creeping shoreline, the patient water, the whispers in the reeds, they are not only a warning, they are an invitation to notice, to respect, to engage with the world in all its subtle, mysterious, and sometimes terrifying complexity, to let fear sharpen your perception rather than paralyze your spirit, to trust the instincts that the world teaches, slowly, deliberately, invisibly. As the RV hums down empty roads, past forests and fields, past still lakes that might or might not be watching, I carry that lesson with me. The shoreline may never truly stop moving closer. It will always be there, somewhere, patient, insistent. But so will I, aware, attentive, alive. Fear is no longer my enemy. It is my guide. And for the first time, I understand the true depth of what it means to be awake in a world that moves slowly, deliberately, and often without our permission. I glance at every lake now, not with dread, but with respect. I watch the water, the sand, the reeds, and I feel the pulse of the world beneath it all. And in that awareness, I find a strange, quiet empowerment. The courage to notice, the strength to respect, and the wisdom to survive. The shoreline will always keep moving closer, but I will always be ready. The first time I ever parked my small RV in the heart of the forest, I thought I had stumbled into freedom. I was 29 years old, a little too proud of the fact that I'd finally saved enough money to buy a used rig and chase the kind of adventure I'd only ever read about. The air was sharp with pine, the soil damp beneath my boots, and the silence so complete that I could hear my own breath like it was part of the landscape. I wanted this moment to mark a beginning, the line between the restless life I had known and the independence I craved. But beginnings are tricky. Sometimes they carry warnings you're too eager to ignore. Sometimes the quiet is only quiet until it learns your name. The road that led me there wasn't even marked on most maps. A narrow dirt cut lined with branches that scraped against the side of my RV like fingernails across metal, winding deeper until I lost cell service and the last trace of man-made noise. I remember how my hands clutched the wheel tighter with each turn, excitement masking a subtle unease. I told myself it was just the isolation. After all, this was my first solo camp. No friends to distract me, no seasoned voices to reassure me about the sounds of the woods. Just me, the forest, and whatever shadows came with the night. I pulled off near a clearing that looked natural, like other travelers might have used it before. Grass was pressed flat in spots, a circle of stones hinted at old fire pits, and logs had been dragged together like seats waiting for company long gone. I told myself it was perfect. I parked, leveled the RV, and stepped out into the thinning light. My boots sank slightly into the soil, the smell of moss and wood rising around me. It was the kind of smell that felt alive, like the earth was breathing beneath me. The first hour was peaceful. I brewed coffee on the tiny propane stove, sat outside, and let my eyes wander through the lattice of trees. A jay darted across the canopy, screaming at something invisible. The wind carried a faint rustle that seemed too uniform to be random, as if the branches moved in unison. I told myself it was nothing, but when the air stilled again, I realized my ears were straining for something more. A rhythm, maybe, or a pattern beneath the ordinary. I shook it off. First nights always play tricks on your nerves, I told myself. That was normal. That was human. By dusk, the forest had begun to fold into itself. Colors dimmed, and with them came a deeper hush. I gathered firewood from the edges of the clearing, snapping brittle branches that released a sour tang of sap. As the fire caught, its crackle filled the emptiness, a fragile shield against the growing dark. Shadows formed just beyond the light, not shapes exactly, but suggestions of them. I avoided staring too long into the black, because in that kind of silence, your own mind will paint things it wants you to fear. I'd read about that before, the brain creating predators where there were none. Still, knowing didn't make the chill in my spine fade. The first sound came just after the fire had settled into a steady burn, a soft, deliberate knock. It wasn't close, but it was distinct, like wood striking wood deep inside the trees. 3 knocks. Silence. Then nothing. I froze with a piece of jerky halfway to my mouth. My eyes locked on the darkness between trunks. Every instinct told me to stand, to grab the flashlight, to confirm it was nothing more than a branch falling in some peculiar way. But I didn't move. My chest felt heavy, like the firelight was the last place I should leave. I told myself it was natural. Trees fall, branches crack, and yet I hadn't heard any echo. Just 3 hollow knocks, clean and contained, as if someone had decided the number and nothing more. I forced myself to chew, to drink, to laugh softly at my own paranoia. I even said aloud, "Just the forest talking." But my voice sounded strange, thinner than usual, and the words seemed to vanish faster than they should have. That was when I realized the forest wasn't holding its usual night sounds. No crickets, no distant owls, no wind shifting leaves, just my fire, my breath, and the faint throb of my pulse in my ears. Silence like that isn't absence, it's attention. It's the world listening back. When I finally pushed myself up, I moved toward the RV. The idea of sleeping outside near the fire had evaporated with that sound. Inside, I locked the door, double-checked the windows, and told myself the thin walls of fiberglass were protection enough. I climbed into bed, though sleep didn't come easy. Each time my eyelids fell, the sound repeated in my mind. Knock, knock, knock. Not random, not wind. Too deliberate, too exact. Around midnight, I must have dozed because the next sound woke me violently. This time it wasn't distant. It was sharp, right against the side of the RV. A scrape, low and steady, dragging across metal. I bolted upright, heart slamming against my ribs. My first thought was an animal, a bear maybe, pawing at the side. But the scrape was too long, too careful, like a fingernail. Like someone testing the skin of the RV, dragging along to see what sound it made. I didn't breathe. My body locked, every sense straining into the dark. The scrape stopped. Silence returned, thicker now, pressing against the glass windows. I wanted to peek outside to shine the flashlight, but terror pinned me in place. I knew that if I looked, I might see something I couldn't unsee. So I sat there, sweating in the cool night, until exhaustion overpowered fear. The morning should have been relief, but it wasn't. The fire had burned to ash, yet I never remembered hearing it fade. Birds called again, the forest alive in daylight, but the side of the RV carried a faint line. A scratch. I ran my finger over it, the metal dented slightly as though something had traced it purposefully. The line curved halfway before stopping dead, as if whatever had made it chose not to finish. My stomach turned. I laughed once, nervous, broken. Maybe a branch fell, I thought. Maybe when I parked, I brushed against something sharp. But denial doesn't erase the memory of sound. It doesn't soften the way the silence had felt awake. Still, I stayed. That's the part that shames me. I should have packed up, turned the key, and found a safer ground. But pride is a dangerous thing. I told myself leaving on the first night would make me weak, that the whole trip would lose its meaning if I surrendered now. I convinced myself that fear was the very reason to remain, that I had to prove I could withstand the dark. But the forest, I learned, doesn't care about your reasons. It doesn't honor your pride. It only waits. And that second night, it began to speak again. The second night settled over me with an edge sharper than the first. I remember watching the sun sink through the trees, light dripping down in slats, and realizing that I wasn't looking forward to the beauty anymore. I was watching shadows grow. Every crack in the bark looked like an opening. Every twitch of a branch seemed more like a signal than a breeze. By the time dusk faded into real night, the clearing had transformed. The logs I'd seen as seats now felt arranged like witnesses, facing inward, waiting for me to take center stage. The air carried that damp chill again, thicker now, and I swore it clung to my clothes longer than it should have. I told myself a fire would help. I gathered wood, forcing my hands to move faster than my nerves. Each snap of a twig under my boots echoed far too loud, like the forest had grown hollow and was carrying every sound back to me. When I bent to set the logs, I caught movement in the corner of my vision. Small, quick, a blur slipping between trunks. My body jerked upright, but when I turned, there was only stillness. I stood there for too long, holding my breath, waiting for the flicker to repeat. Nothing, just the sound of my pulse hammering. The fire caught slowly this time, reluctant, smoke curling low before flames stretched out of it. As the crackle spread, I tried to steady myself, sipping water, staring into the light like it could anchor me. But the forest had learned something about me. It had learned that silence wasn't enough anymore. It started with the knocks again, not 3 this time. 2, a pause, then 4, then 1. Random enough to confuse me, but still deliberate. Still measured. My mind worked at it like a code, desperate to translate something it didn't want to hear. I gripped the edge of my chair, the wood digging into my palm, and fought the urge to shout back. My throat wanted to release the fear, to demand what it was, who it was. But I knew answering would make me part of the pattern. So I sat in clenched silence, forcing myself not to join whatever rhythm had chosen me. Hours seemed to pass. My fire began to sink into embers, and with it came a new sound. Not knocking now, not scraping, breathing. It was faint at first, like someone just outside the light was matching my own inhale and exhale, like just half a beat behind. I froze and tested it. I held my breath. The other sound kept going. Deep, slow. Not human slow, more like something savoring each breath, savoring the pause between. The hairs on my arms lifted. My chest tightened as I realized this was no trick of the mind. It wasn't inside me. It was outside, in the trees, inhaling and exhaling as though the night itself had lungs. I backed toward the RV, steps unsteady, eyes darting into the dark. The breathing shifted with me, moving to the opposite side of the clearing. Not rushing, not chasing, just repositioning, matching, testing how close I would come before I broke. When my hand hit the cool metal of the RV's door, I fumbled for the latch, slipped inside, and locked it behind me with shaking fingers. My fire was dying outside, and in the dim of the RV's single bulb, I felt smaller than I had ever felt in my life. The breathing didn't follow to the door, at least not where I could hear. But I sat on the floor, knees drawn up, flashlight in hand, waiting for the scrape, the knock, the sound of claws or fingers against the metal. Minutes passed, then an hour. I must have drifted in and out, adrenaline burning through my body until exhaustion dulled it. When I opened my eyes again, it was still night. But the sound had changed. This time, it wasn't outside. It was under me. At first, I thought the pipes were groaning, that the RV was settling. But no, this was movement. A dragging shuffle beneath the floor, something shifting against the undercarriage. My skin went cold as I realized whatever had been outside wasn't circling anymore. It had crawled lower. It was beneath my feet, beneath the thin layer of metal that separated me from soil and whatever pressed against it. The sound wasn't random. It moved in slow arcs, scraping lightly, as though tracing circles into the dirt below. I pressed my ear to the floor, instantly regretting it. Because there it was, the same breathing. Louder now, resonating against the hollow space between earth and vehicle. It rose and fell with an intimacy that made my stomach turn, like the ground itself was exhaling beneath me. I don't remember when I stopped listening. Maybe I blacked out, or maybe sleep dragged me under out of sheer terror. But when dawn came, I bolted upright to silence. Sunlight streamed through the window, birds chattered like nothing had happened, and the world looked too bright, too cheerful. For a moment, I could almost believe I'd imagined it all, until I stepped outside. The soil beneath the RV was disturbed, not dug up, not torn, disturbed like something had writhed under there, pressing against the earth all night long. The ground was matted in spirals, perfect arcs etched into the dirt as though a body had been dragging itself in circles over and over directly beneath where I had tried to rest. My pride cracked that morning. I knew I couldn't keep explaining this away. Something had happened, something outside reason, outside the excuses I'd been feeding myself. But I still couldn't leave. Not yet. Not because of money or gas, or even pride anymore. Because deep down, I needed to know. If I left now, I would carry that sound with me for the rest of my life, wondering what had circled me, what had breathed in time with my lungs. I thought facing it would give me answers. Instead, the third night came. And that was when the forest began to whisper. By the third night, I had stopped pretending this was just camping. It wasn't adventure anymore. It wasn't about proving my strength or independence. It was survival, or maybe something stranger, something I didn't yet understand. My hands shook when I gathered wood, and I realized I wasn't really collecting it for warmth. I was building a ritual. The fire was my ward, my fragile circle of light against the thing I refused to name. The forest's silence that evening was worse than ever. No birds called in the last rays of sun. No insects rose in the damp air. It was as though the woods were holding their breath in anticipation. By the time the fire caught, its glow felt swallowed by the trees, eaten before it could stretch. My own shadow seemed less attached to me, flickering unnaturally, stretching at angles that didn't match my movements. I sat close to the flames, staring into them, refusing to look up. That was when the whispering began. At first it was faint, too soft to separate from the wind. I thought the fire was making it, its hiss forming shapes in my mind. But then the rhythm grew clearer. Pauses, inflections. Not language exactly, but cadence. Like someone practicing the shape of words without quite having the tongue for it. I froze, and the whispering stopped, my ears strained, waiting. Then it returned, closer. This time the fire bent slightly. Smoke drawn not upward but sideways as though pulled toward something just beyond the tree line. My stomach tightened. Instinct screamed at me to run inside the RV, to slam the door, to hide. But another part of me, stubborn, desperate, needed to hear more. So I leaned forward, elbows on my knees, and whispered back. Just one word, hello. The forest responded. It wasn't an echo. It wasn't a repeat. It was a distortion. My hello came back warped, stretched too long, vowels elongated until they dissolved into static. The sound slithered between trunks surrounding me, filling the clearing as though the forest itself had tried to mimic me and failed. My chest tightened and the air tasted of iron, sharp and metallic. I spat into the dirt and saw it darken like blood. I staggered back, nearly tripping over the log. My fire snapped violently, flames leaping higher for a second before collapsing low, as if some unseen breath had smothered it. The whispering surged in that moment, louder now, clearer, yet still wrong. My name. It said my name. Not cleanly, not fully. The first syllable drawn out, twisted, the last bitten off like teeth had chewed it. But it was mine, my name, carried by something that had no right to know it. My body went rigid, pulse hammering so loud I thought it might drown the sound. But the whisper pushed harder, repeating, adjusting, each attempt closer to perfect, until finally it was my name exactly. My own voice calling me from the tree line. I can't explain the pull that came with it. Terror should have driven me inside. Logic should have locked me in steel and fiberglass until sunrise. But hearing yourself called, hearing your own voice asking you to come closer, it cuts deeper than instinct. It feels like memory. It feels like duty. My feet moved before my mind did, stepping toward the dark, toward the voice that had stolen my sound. The fire hissed behind me, a last protest. My shadow stretched ahead, bending into the black between trunks. The forest parted just enough to let me step in, just enough to close behind me once I had. Every sound dulled except for the whisper, now threading from tree to tree, leading me deeper. My flashlight beam caught bark and moss, but the edges of the light seemed thinner, weaker, as if it couldn't reach far. I followed until the whisper stopped. Silence again, heavy and absolute. My throat ached with dryness, my lips numb. I realized then how far I had wandered. The fire was gone, no glow behind me, no sense of the clearing, only the endless repetition of trees. I spun once, trying to orient myself, but every direction looked identical. Panic swelled in my chest, sudden and raw. Then the breathing returned. Not around me this time, not beneath me, above. I tilted my head back and froze. Between branches, just beyond reach of the beam, something shifted. Heavy, slow, the sound of lungs dragging air like it was water. I couldn't see its form, only the impression of bulk, of weight that made the canopy strain. My legs weakened, knees trembling so hard I nearly collapsed. The breath descended, not the creature, just the sound of it, curling into my ear like a hand cupping the side of my head. It whispered again, my name, this time perfectly, my exact tone, my exact pitch, spoken like a secret just for me. I broke, my body spun, my legs bolted, crashing through brush and branches, scraping skin raw as I tore toward what I hoped was camp. My flashlight beam jittered wildly, sometimes catching eyes in the dark, glints that vanished before I could focus. The whisper chased me, not louder but closer, always just behind, always at my shoulder. My lungs burned, my vision blurred, and still I ran, driven only by the need to find fire, to find metal, to find walls between me and whatever shadow had learned my voice. When I burst into the clearing again, I almost sobbed. The fire was nearly gone, just embers, but it was enough. I stumbled to the RV, wrenched the door open, and collapsed inside, slamming it shut behind me. My chest heaved, sweat soaked through my shirt, and my hands wouldn't stop shaking. But outside, the forest had gone quiet. No whisper, no breath, nothing. I sat against the door all night, clutching the flashlight, praying for dawn. When it finally came, weak light spilling into the clearing, I dared a glance outside, and that was when I saw them. Not footprints, not claw marks, mouths. Dozens of small, open mouths pressed into the soil around my RV, as if the earth itself had bent upward to listen while I slept. I couldn't move when I first saw them. The mouths in the dirt weren't carved, not dug. They were impressions, puckered ovals with the faint ridges of lips, pressed into the soil like something had kissed the ground all night long. Some were wide, some small, all angled toward the RV as though waiting for me to step out. My stomach twisted, bile rising sharp in my throat. I staggered back into the RV, slammed the door, and locked it twice, though I knew locks meant nothing to something that breathed from the trees and traced circles beneath the earth. The sunlight did nothing to calm me. If anything, it revealed too much. I could see the spirals from the second night more clearly now. Each groove deepened, layered on itself, forming patterns too deliberate to be chance. The mouths broke those spirals, scattered like interruptions, as if whatever had made them wanted to mark its presence closer, wanted me to know it hadn't been content staying below. I sat inside for hours, paralyzed. My food was untouched, my coffee pot cold, my thoughts circling tighter and tighter until every creak of the RV frame felt like fingers tapping. I told myself I had to leave. I had to. I couldn't survive another night here. But when I reached for the keys, something in my chest locked up. A dread deeper than fear itself whispered that if I turned the engine, if I tried to leave without permission, the forest wouldn't let me. That was when the knock came again. This time not from the trees, not from beneath, but from the RV door. 3 times, polite, almost human. My body seized, eyes fixed on the thin metal barrier inches from where I sat. My breath caught, my heart convulsing in my chest. It waited, the silence after heavier than the knock itself. Then it came again. 3 slow taps, the rhythm deliberate, like a neighbor dropping by at dusk. I pressed my back against the opposite wall, tears stinging my eyes. Every instinct screamed to stay silent. Do not answer. Do not acknowledge. But it knew I was inside. The handle trembled once. Not enough to open it, just a test. The sound of metal shifting in its socket turned my bones to ice. I gripped the flashlight until my hand cramped, bracing for it to swing open, for something to step through. But it didn't. The handle stilled, the knocking stopped, and then the whispering rose again, this time right outside the window. My name, spoken with such clarity it felt like I was hearing myself from a recorder. my voice calling me to come out, my own intonations, my own tired rasp after nights of little sleep. I stumbled to the far end of the RV, pulling the curtain tight, rocking forward and back like a child. My lips moved without sound. No, 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 no. When silence finally returned, it was morning again. I don't remember sleeping. I don't remember closing my eyes, but the knock and the whisper had vanished with the night, leaving only the dreadful quiet of dawn. That day, I tried again to convince myself to leave. I packed some things. I set the keys on the counter. But as I reached for them, something cold brushed my ankle. I froze, looked down. Nothing was there. Just air. But I felt it. A pressure, a touch, lighter than a fingertip, heavier than imagination. I stumbled back, kicked the cabinets, cursed, slammed my fist against the wall until my knuckles bled. I couldn't leave. Not yet. Something bound me here, and deep down I realized it wasn't just fear. It was fascination, a terrible consuming need to understand me, what had learned my voice, what had pressed its mouths into the soil just to listen. That night I didn't bother with the fire. I sat in the RV with the lights off, clutching the flashlight, waiting. The forest didn't make me wait long. The breathing started at sundown, heavier than before, as though it was inside every tree at once. Each inhale rattled the walls, each exhale misted the windows. The glass fogged over in patterns, swirls forming letters, crooked and jagged, trying to write. I wiped one window with my sleeve, breath held tight, and saw it, my name again, written backward in condensation. I stumbled back, hit the counter, dropped the flashlight. The bulb flickered, rolled, casting thin arcs of light that made the mouths outside shimmer in wet reflection. I could hear them this time, not just see. Each one smacked faintly, as though lips were parting, as though the earth itself was trying to speak through them. The sound was obscene, wet and eager, hundreds of tiny mouths mouthing words they didn't yet know. I thought I'd collapse from terror, but then something happened that froze me even more. The mouths all stopped. The forest inhaled as one, and then in unison, every voice, every whisper, every sound outside spoke not my name but a single word: stay. The windows rattled. The dirt trembled. The syllable hung in the air longer than sound should last. My body locked, a scream building but trapped in my throat. They didn't want me gone. They didn't want me escaping. They wanted me to remain here, in their circle, in their silence, until I understood what it meant to belong to them. I didn't sleep. I didn't move. I waited for dawn, trembling, drained, half broken. When the sun finally rose, I told myself I would run. I would drive blind down that road, branches tearing the RV apart until I found people, sound, life. But when I stepped outside, there were no mouths in the soil, no spirals, no marks at all, only a trail. A narrow path pressed into the earth, leading away from the clearing, into the trees, and at the very start of it, a footprint. My footprint, pressed deep as though I'd stepped there 1,000 times. I stared at the footprint for a long time, my stomach a knot of confusion and dread. It wasn't just the shape that unsettled me. It was the weight of it. Pressed deeper than I could ever press with my own body, sunk into the soil as if I had carried an impossible burden. And it wasn't alone. A second step followed it, then another, forming a trail so precise it might as well have been carved. The path was narrow, winding into the trees, the canopy already swallowing it in shadow though the sun had barely risen. I told myself not to follow. Every instinct screamed at me to pack, to run, to ignore whatever game this was. But my legs betrayed me. Fear wasn't the only force anymore. Curiosity had fused with it, a poisonous alloy that dragged me forward. I knelt, pressing my hand beside the first print, comparing sizes. It was mine, no doubt. Even the scuff at the heel, the slight outward tilt from an old ankle injury, it matched perfectly. And yet, I hadn't walked this trail. Not awake, not in memory. My hand trembled as I touched the soil. It was warm. I stood and backed away, heart thudding so hard it felt like it would bruise my ribs. That warmth wasn't natural. The earth should have been cool in the morning, damp with dew. But this trail radiated faint heat as though something alive had just passed through. I forced myself to retreat to the RV, slammed the door, and locked it again. but the footprint burned in my mind as if the ground itself had pressed its heat into me. The day stretched endlessly. I tried to eat, but the food turned to ash in my mouth. I tried to rest, but each time my eyes closed, I saw myself walking that trail, my body bent, my shadow stretching impossibly long ahead of me. I wondered if I had walked it already, in sleep, led by whispers I couldn't resist. The thought chilled me more than anything yet, because if they could make me walk without knowing, then I was no longer mine. By dusk, the forest had grown patient, too patient. No knocks, no whispers, no scrape beneath the RV, only the steady thrum of silence, the kind that coils around you, daring you to break it. My nerves couldn't take the waiting. I lit the fire again, desperate for its small comfort, though the flames seemed weaker than before, like they were losing faith in me. The path still lingered, visible in the firelight, leading away like a wound cut into the earth. My eyes kept straying to it. I told myself not to look, not to think about it. But the forest seemed to lean with me, pushing my gaze back each time I turned away. It wasn't long before the whispers returned. They didn't come from the trees this time. They came from the trail. Faint at first, a susurrus like leaves brushing together, then clearer. The cadence, familiar, my name again. But not just mine. Other words, broken phrases. Fragments of sentences I'd spoken in my life, old conversations, pieces of laughter, muttered curses. They were pulling from me, from my memory, stitching my voice into a patchwork chorus that beckoned me forward. I clamped my hands over my ears, rocking, but it didn't stop. The sound wasn't entering through the air anymore. It was inside me, vibrating against my ribs, threading into the marrow of my bones. I could hear myself pleading, though I hadn't spoken, begging myself to come down the path, to join the footprints I had already made. I stumbled into the RV, slamming the door, locking it again. The locks felt foolish. I sat in the dark, clutching the flashlight, trembling so violently I nearly dropped it. The whispers didn't follow inside, not at first. But the moment I let myself breathe, they shifted. They began beneath the RV again, only this time, not a scrape, not breathing, laughter, my own laughter. It echoed hollowly, distorted as though funneled through pipes. I felt it vibrate up through the floor, thin at first, then swelling until it shook the table, rattled the cabinets, made the windows hum. My stomach lurched with nausea. Hearing yourself laugh when you're not laughing is a violation no human is built to withstand. I pressed my palms over my face and sobbed, the sound swallowed instantly by the chorus beneath me. I wanted to leave. God, I wanted to leave. But even then, I knew the road wasn't mine anymore. The forest had folded it, hidden it, made sure that every branch scraping the RV would be a hand turning me back. My vehicle was no longer an escape. It was a cage, and they were inside the bars with me. At some point in the night, exhaustion dragged me down. I don't know how long I slept, but when I opened my eyes again, it was because of movement, not sound, movement. The door handle was turning, slowly, carefully. I lunged forward, slammed my weight against the door, bracing it with my shoulder. The handle twisted harder, metal grinding against its socket. My breath came in ragged bursts, chest heaving, legs braced wide. Then the whisper came, right against the thin metal, so close it vibrated through my bones. You already walked the path. My own voice. Perfect. Certain. I don't know where the strength came from, but I screamed. A raw, guttural sound that tore my throat apart. I screamed until the handle stilled, until the whisper fell silent, until my chest collapsed in sobs. I slid down the door, trembling, unable to move, unable to think. When dawn came, the trail was longer. The footprints stretched deeper into the forest, winding beyond sight. And at the edge of the clearing in the very first print, something new waited. A second set of footprints, not mine, larger, heavier, pressed so deep into the soil they looked burned. The second set of footprints broke me in ways the whispers hadn't. They weren't mine. Too long, too wide, toes pressed in with a weight that felt deliberate. The soil around them was scorched faintly, darkened like heat had radiated out from each step. My throat dried as I crouched over them, afraid to touch, afraid the ground itself might sear me. They followed alongside mine for a short stretch before vanishing into the shadows where the path deepened. 2 trails now, one human, one not, both waiting for me. I backed toward the RV, my boots slipping in the damp earth. My mind whirled with possibilities. An animal, maybe, though no creature left prints like this. A person? No. Not out here. Not where no road should lead, where no map showed any clearing. Whatever had left those steps had chosen to appear, to show me it could walk with me, stride for stride, into the trees. The daylight gave me no comfort. The silence had grown heavier, as if the forest had given itself over fully to the thing that now walked in it. Every bird call felt muted, every rustle of wind stifled. I couldn't tell if the world had dimmed or if my senses had. My body felt used, as if I'd already walked miles I couldn't remember. I tried once more to start the RV. I sat behind the wheel, turned the key, and listened as the engine sputtered, coughed, and died. Once, twice, 3 times. My fists slammed against the steering wheel, tears burning my eyes. It wasn't broken. I knew it wasn't. It was being held. The forest had claimed more than my footsteps. It had taken my way out. That evening, I didn't light a fire. I couldn't bring myself to go outside, not with those prints waiting at the edge of camp. I sat inside, blinds drawn, flashlight in hand, and waited for the night to press against the walls again. The hours dragged until the dark finally fell, and with it came the sounds. Not whispers this time, not breathing, walking, slow, deliberate steps circling the RV, the crunch of leaves, the press of weight into soil, at times heavy, at times lighter, like 2 figures, alternating, pacing around me in the dark. I held my breath, trying to count them, trying to mark where they stopped and began, but the rhythm shifted constantly, crossing over itself, multiplying until it sounded like a dozen steps, then only one, then silence, then sudden rushes of movement so close I thought the walls would split. The handle jiggled again, twice, soft, testing. Then a pause, long and dreadful. I pressed myself into the far corner, flashlight shaking in my hand, sweat dripping down my face, though the night was cold. When the sound finally came, it wasn't outside. It was beneath me again. Not laughter this time, not breathing. A voice. My own. Clear. Crisp. Speaking words I hadn't spoken aloud. I am so tired, I want to go home. I dropped the flashlight, my hands clutched my ears, nails digging into my scalp, as the voice repeated it again, each time with more certainty, each time louder, until I could feel it vibrating through the thin mattress, shaking the bolts that held the RV together. My stomach clenched, bile rising, the taste of iron flooding my mouth. Then, silence. Sudden. I didn't dare move. I didn't dare breathe. The quiet was worse than the voice. At least the voice had been something, a presence I could name. Silence was waiting, watching, deciding. That was when the knock came. Not on the door, not on the walls, from inside. It came from the cabinets above the sink. 3 sharp knocks, precise, too loud to be mistaken. My legs locked, my throat closed, my heart convulsed against my ribs. I couldn't run. I couldn't open it. I sat frozen, staring at the cabinet door, waiting for it to swing. And then slowly it did. The latch lifted, the hinge creaked, and the door opened into shadow. Nothing fell out, nothing crawled, nothing showed itself, just darkness, yawning, waiting. And from inside that darkness, my voice whispered, "Come back to the path." I don't remember screaming, but my throat was raw by dawn. My flashlight lay shattered, my fingernails bloodied from clawing at the walls. When the sun rose, the cabinet door hung open, empty. No voice, no knock. Only the trail outside, longer now, winding deeper into the forest like a command written into the earth. The second set of footprints was still there too, but now they were closer. Not alongside mine anymore, leading straight to the RV door. The prints at my door stopped me cold. I couldn't bring myself to step outside, not at first. I pressed my forehead against the narrow window instead, peering down, and there they were, those heavy, scorched impressions, sunk deep into the soil, inches from my steps. The distance between each told me they weren't pacing this time. They had approached with intention, straight toward me, until the last one stood at the threshold of the RV. My hand shook on the door handle. Every instinct begged me to barricade it, to shove the table against the frame, to trap myself inside forever if I had to. But something worse settled in my mind. The realization that a barrier this thin wouldn't matter. Whatever left those prints hadn't needed doors or locks last night. It had spoken from my cabinets. It had laughed through my floor. If it wanted to come in, it already could. The day stretched on in a haze. I tried to distract myself with routine, boiling water, scribbling notes in the battered journal I'd brought along, forcing myself to choose stale granola bars. But my focus shattered at every sound. A branch cracking outside felt like a gunshot. A gust of wind made me leap from my seat. I was living minute to minute, strung so tight I thought my bones might splinter. By mid-afternoon, the air grew heavy, thick with a scent I hadn't noticed before. Not pine, not damp moss, something acrid, burnt, like old smoke clinging to fabric. It seeped through the vents, coated my tongue, made my eyes sting. I opened a window for air, but the smell only grew stronger. My stomach churned and I gagged, retreating back inside, but there was no escaping it. The forest wasn't just outside anymore. It was in my lungs. When the sun sank, I was already shaking. I lit the fire early, stacking the wood higher than I ever had, hoping the flames would last through the night. But as darkness fell, the fire didn't comfort me. The shadows it threw moved wrong, bending backward, twitching like marionettes cut from their strings. I sat with my back to the RV, facing the trail, watching as the path seemed to deepen with the night, darker than the trees around it, as if the soil itself was swallowing light. The whispers came first, low, scattered, carrying phrases from my own past. Arguments I'd had, secrets I'd confessed, words I'd spoken only once, now tossed back at me with perfect clarity. They layered until they overlapped, until it felt like my whole life was being replayed through the mouths in the dirt. My ears rang with the weight of it, my chest tightening until I could hardly breathe. Then the walking started. Heavy, unmistakable, from the trail. I gripped the flashlight, though I already knew it wouldn't help. The steps grew louder, closer, deliberate. My fire snapped, sparks flying, but the flames didn't spread light far enough. The edge of the clearing was swallowed in black, and from it came the sound of weight dragging. Not just footsteps now, something pulling behind it, something alive. The air shifted, colder. My breath plumed white, though it was spring. My teeth chattered, and I clamped my jaw tight to silence them. My eyes fixed on the edge of the firelight, where the trail met the clearing. And then I saw it. Not clearly, never clearly. The light wouldn't touch it fully, but enough, a shape too tall, too wide, shoulders bent, head tilted low, as if it were listening, limbs too long, joints bending with deliberate wrongness. Its feet sank into the soil with each step, leaving those scorched impressions deeper than before. And behind it dragged something pale, limp, trailing in the dirt. At first I thought it was a branch, but branches don't have fingers. I wanted to scream, but no sound came. My body locked, my vision tunneled. The fire hissed, sparks leaping, and for a moment its glow touched the thing's face. Mouths. Not one. Not where a mouth should be. Dozens, scattered across its skin, lips twitching, opening, closing, whispering. My whispers. My voice spilling out of them all at once, fragments of my life torn into shreds and played back through 1,000 borrowed lips. My knees buckled. I collapsed, palms digging into the soil, heart convulsing against my ribs. The thing didn't rush. It didn't lunge. It only stood at the edge of the clearing, tilting its head, mouth stretching wider, as if waiting for me to answer. The fire guttered then, collapsing into embers, light retreating fast. Shadows surged, swallowing the last edges of the clearing. In that dim, fading glow, I saw it take one more step, and another, straight toward me. I scrambled backward, clawing at the dirt, my spine slamming into the RV. My hand found the door handle, yanked it open, and I threw myself inside, slamming it shut just as the last ember died. The RV shook once, violently, as if something vast had pressed its weight against it. My screams echoed off the walls, raw and endless, until exhaustion dragged me into silence. When dawn came, I dared to look. The clearing was empty. The trail stretched on, longer than ever, and at the center of camp, pressed deep into the soil, was the pale thing it had dragged. Another body, face down, wearing my clothes. I couldn't breathe when I saw it. The body lay motionless in the dirt, its limbs twisted in unnatural angles, the back of its shirt stained with soil. My shirt, my boots, my shape. I gripped the edge of the window until my knuckles whitened, staring down at what could only be me, or something that wanted to be. The face was hidden, pressed into the earth, strands of hair caked with mud. I knew I should stay inside, that stepping out meant giving the forest what it wanted. But the pull was unbearable. My hand moved to the door before my mind could protest. My bare feet hit the ground, cool and damp, and every sound in the clearing hushed. I crept closer. The smell hit me first, not rot, but something chemical, sharp, like burnt plastic. The closer I came, the stronger it grew, stinging my throat, making my eyes water. My hands shook as I crouched and reached for the shoulder, terrified to see the face, more terrified not to. I turned it over and screamed. The skin was wrong, not flesh, not bone, something stretched thin, slick, too smooth. The features were half-formed, like clay pressed into a mold that hadn't set. The eyes were closed but trembling, darting beneath the lids as though dreaming. The mouth, if it was a mouth, wasn't open but puckered, whispering faintly against itself. I leaned closer despite myself, and my stomach turned to stone. It was whispering my thoughts, word for word. Every panic, every prayer, every frantic scream from the night before, pouring softly from lips that weren't mine, in my own voice. I stumbled back, fell onto my hands, and crab-crawled until my spine slammed into the RV. Tears blurred my vision. My lungs heaved, choking on the acrid air. The body twitched once, jerking like a puppet. The fingers clawed at the soil, pulling itself an inch closer before going still again. I bolted inside, locked the door, and collapsed onto the floor. My chest shook with sobs, but even through them I could still hear it, my whispers bleeding through the thin walls. The rest of the day passed in a haze. I don't remember eating. I don't remember drinking. Just staring through slits in the blinds, watching the thing in the dirt. It never stood, never rose. Just twitched now and then, its lips moving, whispering thoughts I didn't want to admit were mine. By afternoon, I noticed something worse. Its features were changing. Smoother, clearer, the lines of the face sharpening into familiarity. My familiarity. It was learning. By sundown, I couldn't deny it. The thing looked like me. The fire meant nothing now. I didn't light it. I couldn't. Every instinct told me not to draw attention, not to give the thing in the dirt more light to grow by. So I sat in the RV's dark, clutching the broken flashlight, staring at the silhouette outside. Night fell heavy. The air thickened with that same burnt stench. My head spun, dizziness rolling through me until my vision blurred. I pressed my forehead to the window glass to steady myself, and that was when I saw it. The body was gone. The soil where it had lain was smoothed flat, as though it had never been there. My pulse spiked, hands scrambling for anything to hold as the RV shuddered once, then twice. Something heavy brushed the side, dragging low. My stomach dropped as realization hit. Whatever it wasn't outside anymore. It was beneath again. The floor vibrated under me, faint at first, then stronger, as though hands were pressing up from underneath, testing the thin metal between us. I crawled onto the bed, pulling my legs tight, eyes darting to the door, the windows, anywhere for escape. The knocking started. Not rhythmic this time, not patient. Furious. Hammering against the frame from below, shaking dishes from shelves, rattling every bolt. Then it stopped. Silence. I didn't dare move. My breath stuttered in my chest. Sweat trickled cold down my neck. The silence stretched until it felt endless, until my heartbeat was the only sound in the world. And then my own voice whispered from under the bed, "I'm already inside." My scream tore the night apart. I fell back, kicking at the mattress, slamming into the wall. The flashlight rolled, clattering to the floor. The whisper came again from beneath me, perfect and calm, carrying no fear, no strain. My voice without my terror. The RV shook once more, violently, throwing me sideways. The windows fogged instantly, as if something massive exhaled against all of them at once. On the condensation, letters formed, drawn by invisible fingers. Stay. I sobbed, collapsing to the floor, curling tight as the whispers closed in. My own voice repeated the word over and over from every corner of the RV until the walls themselves seemed to speak. When dawn came, I didn't move. I lay on the floor, numb, drained, broken. The light seeped in weakly, washing the clearing pale. Slowly, I lifted my head. The trail was longer again, deeper into the trees. But now the footprints weren't just mine. There were dozens, all of them mine. All of them leading away as if I had walked that path 100 times, each step waiting for me to catch up to myself. I pressed my face against the window, staring at the trail of footprints. Dozens of them. Each one identical to mine, stamped into the soil as though I'd been walking in circles all night, over and over. My body ached with exhaustion, but my legs were stiff, not sore. I knew I hadn't left the RV, and yet the evidence was undeniable. A whole army of me had marched into the trees, leaving me behind like the last one that hadn't obeyed. I wanted to laugh, but the sounds stuck in my throat. My reflection in the glass looked alien. Pale, eyes bloodshot, lips trembling. For a moment, I wasn't sure if I was watching myself or if something outside was mimicking me through the pain. My hand lifted instinctively, and when the reflection's hand rose with it, I felt a spike of relief, until I realized it moved a fraction too late. I dropped the curtain, heart pounding. The smell of burnt earth seeped through the vents again, smelled heavier than ever, choking me. I grabbed my pack, shoved a few things inside: water, flashlight batteries, the journal, my keys, even though I knew the RV wouldn't start, and braced myself. I couldn't sit here anymore. The clearing was a trap, and every night it grew tighter. If the trail wanted me, then maybe the only choice left was to follow it. I stepped outside. The air was unnaturally still. My boots crunched over the soil, over the hundreds of impressions of my own feet, each one pressed deeper than I could ever manage. I crouched by the first of them, running my hand through the dirt. It was warm again, fresh, as if the last set had been made only moments before I woke. The trail swallowed me quickly. Within minutes, the clearing was gone, replaced by endless walls of trees. The deeper I went, the stranger the forest grew. Bark slick with moisture even though it hadn't rained. Branches twisted into arches that seemed deliberate, framing the path like doorways. The air pulsed faintly, as if the whole forest breathed in unison, inhaling and exhaling with my steps. The whispers followed, not from ahead or behind, but from within me. My ribs vibrated with them, my bones humming. At first they repeated my name, but then they shifted. Sentences I had never spoken but felt I was meant to. Promises, threats, confessions, all wearing my voice. I walked for what felt like hours. The footprints never ended. Each time I thought the path might veer off, it curved back into itself, spiraling deeper, folding the forest tighter around me. My head spun with dizziness. The smell grew thicker, acrid and sweet at once, like burnt sugar. I gagged, covering my mouth, but the stench clung inside me. Then I saw it. The clearing. Not mine, the one ahead. A circle of earth, bare of trees, soil blackened as though scorched by fire. And at the center, a pit, wide, deep, lined with roots that twitched faintly, moving like veins under skin. The footprints led directly into it, vanishing over the edge. My stomach lurched. My knees weakened. I wanted to turn back, but when I spun, the trail behind me was gone. No clearing. No RV. Only trees pressed tight, endless, unmoving. The only path left was forward. I inched closer to the pit. The smell was suffocating now, pouring out in waves that made my vision blur. I dropped to my knees, clutching the soil, peering over the edge, and I saw myself. Dozens of me. Bodies sprawled along the pit's walls, climbing, writhing, whispering. Each one half-formed, faces smoothed like clay, mouths puckering, opening, mouthing my name. Their eyes were closed, but their lips moved innocent, spilling words I couldn't make out. My stomach heaved, bile burning my throat, but I couldn't look away. Then one of them opened its eyes. They weren't mine. They were hollow. And they all turned upward at once. The whispers rose, deafening now, my voice multiplied into 100 layers, echoing inside my skull until I screamed. The bodies shifted, pulling themselves higher, reaching toward me with clawed hands, their mouths stretched impossibly wide, lips splitting, spilling soil as they spoke. Stay. The word thundered up from the pit, vibrating the ground beneath me. Roots writhed, soil cracked, and a shape began to rise. Not one of the bodies. Something beneath them. Something vast. I stumbled back, fell onto the dirt, scrambling to my feet. My lungs burned, my vision tunneled, and the forest seemed to close in tighter. The thing was coming, and I knew if I stayed, if I let it crest the pit, I would never leave. I turned and ran. I don't know how long I ran. Branches tore up my arms, roots caught my feet, shadows bent in impossible angles. But somehow, impossibly, I burst back into my clearing. The RV sat waiting, the fire pit cold, the soil smooth. Only the trail was gone, as though it had never existed. But I knew better. It was inside me now. The whispers hadn't stopped. And when I looked down at my boots, I saw soil clinging to the soles, warm and faintly scorched. I collapsed against the RV, lungs tearing for air, sweat and dirt plastered to my skin. My legs shook so violently I could barely stand. I half expected the trail to bloom back into existence the moment I blinked, to see those endless footprints stretch away into the forest again. But the clearing was empty, flat, harmless even, like it had never been anything but a quiet patch of earth. Only my body told the truth. The burns on my soles, the tremor in my bones, the whispers that wouldn't stop gnawing at the edges of my mind. I crawled inside, locked the door, and sat in the dark, arms wrapped around my knees. My heart wouldn't slow. My ears rang with the silence. And then the silence broke, not with knocks, not with laughter, with singing, a low, steady hum rising through the floorboards, seeping out of the cabinets, curling around me like smoke. It wasn't words, not at first, but it carried melody, rhythm, ancient, patient. My body swayed before I could stop it, head dipping as though some part of me already knew the song. I clamped my hands over my ears, dug my nails into my scalp, but the tune pulsed in my blood. I realized with sick clarity it was my voice again. Not speaking this time. Singing a lullaby I didn't remember learning, verses spilling smooth and soft, wrapping my fear in a terrible calm. My eyelids grew heavy, my muscles slackened, the RV blurred around me. I tried to fight, to claw myself awake, but the song was relentless, patient, inevitable. My body sank sideways and the world went black. When I opened my eyes, I wasn't in the RV. I stood barefoot in the clearing, firelight flickering weakly beside me, though I hadn't lit it. The trail stretched wide again, a gash in the earth. My footprints lined it, hundreds of them, marching in both directions, into the trees, back into the clearing, looping endlessly, and in the center of it stood me. Or something wearing me. The figure's face was perfect now, every detail carved in place, down to the scar on my wrist, the uneven slope of my shoulders. Its eyes gleamed faintly in the firelight, hollow but alive, fixed on me with a hunger that wasn't human. It smiled, smiled. And when it spoke, the words were smooth, flawless, no distortion. You walked the path, you stayed, now you belong. My knees buckled. I wanted to run, but the soil clung to my feet like tar, pulling me down with every step. The figure stepped closer, its movements too fluid, too certain, as if my body had finally learned the forest's rhythm. Its voice spilled again, softer now, coaxing, "Don't fight. It's easier if you don't fight." I screamed, tore my legs free, and lunged backward. My heel struck the fire pit, sparks leaping into the air. The figure's eyes flared in the glow, mouths opening all across its skin, every inch of it splitting into lips that whispered my name in unison. My body convulsed with terror. I spun and bolted, crashing into the RV, throwing the door wide. But when I stumbled inside, it wasn't my RV anymore. The walls stretched impossibly far, lined with cabinets that whispered, beds that breathed, windows that opened into endless black. My reflection shimmered in every surface. Hundreds of me, distorted, flickering, mouths moving though I made no sound. I fell to my knees, clutching my chest, gasping. The song started again, swelling from every direction, filling the impossible space, rattling the air with its weight. And then I woke, for real this time. Back on the RV floor, morning light streaming through the windows, the fire pit cold, the clearing silent. For a few fleeting seconds, I thought it had been a dream, a nightmare fueled by exhaustion and fear. But then I saw the soil clinging to my skin, dark, warm, faintly scorched. And in the corner of the RV by the cabinets, something waited. A pair of boots. My boots, covered in ash. I was already wearing mine. I stared at the boots until my vision blurred. They sat neatly by the cabinets, upright, toes pointed toward me as if waiting to be worn. My boots, but not the pair on my feet. These were darker, the leather charred around the seams, laces stiff with soot. The smell rising from them was unmistakable, burnt earth, acrid and metallic, the same scent that had haunted me since the first night. I crawled forward despite every nerve in my body screaming not to. My fingers brushed the leather, warm, alive almost, as though the boots had been walking only moments ago. I jerked my hand back, bile climbing my throat. I glanced at my own feet, dusty, scarred, but undeniably mine. Then back at the pair by the cabinets. Two versions of me, two sets of steps. I couldn't stay inside any longer. The walls of the RV felt like skin stretching too tight, the air pressing down on me with every breath. I flung the door open and staggered into the clearing, sucking in the cool morning air like I'd been drowning. But the relief didn't last. The clearing had changed. The logs that once sat scattered around the fire pit now stood upright, arranged in a circle. Each one was carved roughly into the shape of a figure, head bent, arms at its side, as if waiting. Faces had been scratched into the wood, faces that looked like mine. The longer I stared, the clearer they became, until every log wore my expression, my tired eyes, my clenched jaw. I stumbled backward, hand clamped over my mouth, but the world spun. The trees seemed closer, the canopy thicker, the light dimmer though the sun was high. The clearing wasn't mine anymore. It was theirs. And then the singing began again. Not from the ground this time, not from the cabinets, from the wooden figures. Their mouths split, rough and jagged, whispering in my voice, layering into a low chant that rattled the air. The soil vibrated beneath my boots, the circle closing tighter, their faces leaning forward as though listening for me to join. I ran. I didn't think, didn't plan, just tore through the trees, branches lashing my arms, lungs burning. I didn't care if the trail folded or if I circled back, I just needed distance. But no matter how far I pushed, the whispering followed. My name, my laughter, my thoughts, spoken aloud just ahead of me, coaxing me deeper. I burst into another clearing. For a heartbeat, I thought it was mine again, that I'd somehow looped back. But no. This one was different. The soil was black, charred in wide circles as though fire had consumed it years ago and never healed. At the center stood a single figure, not a log, not half-formed, me. Perfect. Standing barefoot, head tilted, eyes locked onto mine. My chest collapsed, my knees weakened. I gasped, choking on the air, because I knew what I was looking at. It wasn't a copy anymore. It wasn't unfinished. It was me, complete in every detail. The double smiled, lips curving exactly as mine would. Its voice rose, smooth and calm, echoing across the clearing. You stayed. Now I can leave. My body seized. My mind clawed for meaning, but the words hit harder than any scream. The double stepped forward, each footprint sinking deep, scorched soil rising around its toes. The ground shook faintly with its weight, but its movements were casual, inevitable. I staggered back. My shoulders slammed into a tree. My mouth opened, but no sound came. The figure's eyes glowed faintly, hollow but alive, carrying a certainty that crushed me. It was already mine, already wearing me, and it was done waiting. The chant swelled again, spilling from the trees, from the soil, from the mouths that pressed into the earth. Stay, stay, stay. Each repetition shook my bones, my vision blurring with tears. The double raised its hand, palm outward, as though to silence them, and the voices fell still instantly. The forest obeyed it, not me. It smiled again, and stepped into the light. I stumbled backward until my heel caught on a root, sending me sprawling. My palms dug into the soil, warm and damp, whispering against my skin. I scrambled up, heart tearing at my ribs, every thought screaming to run, to fight, to scream. But when I looked up again, the clearing was empty. No double, no chant, only me, alone. But when I turned back toward the RV, I froze, because standing at the door, hand on the handle, was my own figure, my exact body, my exact face, my exact boots. And when it opened the door and stepped inside, I felt the world lurch, as though the ground itself had chosen which of us belonged. I stood paralyzed in the clearing, staring at myself disappearing into the RV. The door shut softly, not slammed, not forced, like it belonged to that version of me, not this one. My throat worked, but no sound came out. My chest convulsed with the need to scream, but terror choked it down, hollowing me. Through the thin blinds, I saw movement, a shadow pacing. My own silhouette crossing from one side of the RV to the other, casual, unhurried, like a man settling in after a long night. The sight broke something inside me. I wanted to rush forward to tear the door open and drag that imposter out, but my body stayed rooted. The forest held me like it always had. The air pressed heavy against my skin, colder now, carrying that stench of burned soil and sweet rot. The trees seemed closer, their branches angling inward, framing the RV like bars. Every instinct told me to run, but the clearing no longer had an edge. Everywhere I turned was trees. Everywhere I turned was black. Then my phone buzzed. The sound startled me so badly I nearly collapsed. I hadn't heard that vibration since I lost service days ago. Hands trembling, I yanked it from my pocket. The screen glowed with one notification, a voice message. My heart stopped when I saw the sender, my own name. I tapped it before I could think. The recording played in my voice, calm and steady. "It's okay. I've got it now. You can rest." I dropped the phone. The sound cut off as it hit the dirt, but the words lingered in the air, repeated now from the RV itself. My voice carrying through the thin walls, murmuring like someone speaking to themselves in comfort. I stumbled backward, my foot catching on the fire pit stones, and fell hard. The sky above me pulsed dark, clouds rolling too fast, blotting the sun. The clearing dimmed, shadows stretching across the soil like reaching arms. The RV door opened. He stepped out, me, but not me. His movements were smooth, confident, his face relaxed where mine was drawn with fear. He looked at me without hesitation, and in his eyes was something terrifying. Ease. Ownership. He didn't need to chase me. He didn't need to fight. He already knew the ending. "You're the last one," he said, voice even, "the last piece." I scrambled to my feet, shaking my head, backing toward the trees, though I knew they wouldn't let me through. "You're not me," I rasped. My throat was raw, my words breaking. He smiled faintly, tilting his head the way I did when I tried to reassure someone. "I wasn't, but you gave me everything. Your steps, your breath, your voice, your fear. What else is left?" The chant started again, soft, rising from the soil, from the trees, from the air itself. "Stay, stay, stay." I clapped my hands over my ears, but the word vibrated inside my skull, pressing against my bones, drowning out my heartbeat. He stepped closer. The chant swelled, the clearing trembling, the soil cracking in spirals around my boots. I bolted, branches whipped my face, tore at my arms, but I forced myself through, blind with panic. Behind me, I heard nothing. No footsteps, no chase, just silence, which was worse. The forest let me run, let me trip, let me collapse and rise again. I burst into another clearing, smaller, darker. My chest heaved, sweat stinging my eyes. I turned, expecting to see him behind me, but the space was empty. For a moment, relief trembled through me. Then I saw what waited at the center. A mirror. Tall, cracked, its frame half buried in the soil. My reflection stared back, pale, hollow-eyed, trembling. I staggered forward, unable to resist, drawn to the glass like a moth. My reflection moved with me, perfect, until it didn't. It smiled. My body froze, blood draining cold. My reflection raised its hand, palm outward, and the glass rippled like water. Its lips parted and my voice spilled out. "Trade." The soil around me opened, mouths pressing upward, whispering in unison, their lips smacking wetly. My head spun, nausea twisting my gut. The reflection's smile widened as it reached through the surface, fingers brushing against the air. I stumbled back, tripped, fell into the dirt. The chant was deafening now, my name woven into "stay, stay, stay." The reflection stepped out. I screamed. And then everything went black. When I woke, I was standing in the clearing. The RV door was open. Morning light streamed through the trees. My body felt heavy, sluggish, but my chest was calm, too calm. I looked down at my hands. They weren't trembling. My nails were clean, my skin unscarred. And when I glanced toward the RV window, I saw myself inside, curled on the floor, trembling, screaming silently, still trapped. The scream in my chest never left. It just echoed inside me as I stood in the clearing, staring through the RV window at the version of myself writhing on the floor. My mouth moved soundlessly, eyes wide, body locked in a terror I knew too well. But I wasn't moving anymore. I was still, calm, almost detached. The air smelled different, cleaner. The sharp sting of burnt soil was gone, replaced by the ordinary scents of pine and damp earth. Birds chirped again, faint but real. For a heartbeat, I thought maybe it was over, that somehow I'd survived. But when I lifted my hand to the glass of the window, the man inside didn't match me. He flailed, clawed, bled. My own hand, outside, was steady. My reflection didn't belong to me anymore. I belonged to something else. A weight pressed on my chest. Not fear, not dread. Something heavier, something final. I realized what the other had meant. You're the last one. The last piece. This wasn't about scaring me. It wasn't about torment. It was about replacement. About wearing me down until I slipped, until I let go. The chant rose again, soft at first, then swelling. Stay, stay, stay. It no longer frightened me. It sounded like truth, like inevitability. The soil beneath my boots pulsed with each word, warm, alive, as though the earth itself was breathing me in. I turned toward the forest. The trail was there again, not hidden, not subtle. A wide, scorched path stretching endlessly into the trees. My footprints marked it. Dozens, hundreds, thousands, each one leading forward deeper, further than I had ever gone. And I felt the pull. My chest rose and fell in rhythm with the forest. My legs moved without command, stepping into the first print, then the second, perfectly aligned. Behind me, the RV door swung shut with a hollow thud, sealing the other me inside. His muffled screams followed, thin, distant, like echoes swallowed by soil. I walked. The trees leaned overhead, their branches weaving together, blotting out the sky. The chant quieted, replaced by the song again. The lullaby I didn't remember learning. This time, I hummed with it. My lips moved without resistance, and the melody spilled smooth and sure, like I'd sung it all my life. The footprints deepened as I followed, glowing faintly, heat rising through the soles of my boots. My body no longer protested. The fear was gone, only surrender remained. At some point, I don't know when, I looked back. The clearing was gone. The RV was gone. The other me was gone. Only forest stretched in every direction, endless, eternal, patient. I turned forward again, into the dark, and I kept walking. They say the first camp is supposed to be a memory you never forget. The night you prove you can survive on your own, that you can face the silence and wake to the sunrise proud of yourself. I'll never forget mine, but not for pride, not for triumph, for the truth I learned too late. The forest doesn't just watch, it waits, and when it whispers your name, you don't go home, you stay.